Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeyes Sports Network. From Learfield, this is Hawkeye Women's Basketball, brought to you by U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. By University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Authentic Brand. Unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. And by Hy-Vee. Score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. Now to courtside. Here's Rob Brooks and Jamie Lang.
Welcome to round 2 of the NCAA Women's Basketball Tournament from Iowa City, Iowa. It is the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Georgia Lady Bulldogs. Good afternoon, Rob Brooks along with Jamie Lang as we get set to bring you the Big Ten against the SEC. And of course, Iowa no problem with Southeastern Louisiana on Friday, taking care of the Lady Lions 95-43. Hawkeyes never trailed in that game and led for 39 minutes and 37 seconds behind 26 from Caitlin Clark, along with 12 assists, another double-double. Monica Sedano with 22 and 8, and Hannah Stalkey off the bench with 13 and 5 rebounds, including 5 out of 5 from the field. For Georgia, they earned the right to be here, taking care of Florida State. And that final was 66-54, kind of blew that game open in the fourth quarter. It was a 5-point game at halftime and also a 5-point game heading into the fourth. But then Georgia able to outscore Florida State 21-14 in the final 10 minutes. And leading the way was Diamond Battles, an outstanding guard. She had 21 as she led 3 players in double figures. Now, Georgia has won 2 of their last 4, but certainly playing in the very difficult SEC. Lost to LSU on the 3rd of March, 83-66. And previous to that, lost to number 1 South Carolina, only by 10 at 73-63. It's a very capable team that throws a 1-2-2 matchup zone defense at you. And Iowa, of course, doesn't see a lot of matchup zones, but did see it last year when now head coach Katie Abrahamson-Henderson, in her first year at Georgia, brought her Central Florida team to Iowa City last year, and the Hawkeyes had success against it. Katie Abrahamson-Henderson, of course, from Cedar Rapids and a graduate of Cedar Rapids Washington High School. And she played a couple of years for Georgia in college and also a pair right here in Iowa City. So she's familiar with this building, familiar with the state, and has an opportunity to get her team to the Sweet 16 in just her first year. The Hawks, of course, have other ideas. We'll get the pregame comments from head coach Lisa Bluter. Jamie will be along with her keys to a big Hawkeye victory. A sold-out Carver Hawkeye Arena on a Sunday afternoon. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Get ready for March Madness in Iowa City because Carver Hawkeye Arena is the home of the first and second round of the Women's Basketball NCAA Tournament. Matchups, game time, and the schedule will be announced on Sunday, March 12th. Women's basketball season ticket holders can request tickets for the first and second rounds now, and general public sales will start on Monday, March 13th. Best of luck to Coach Bluter and our Hawkeyes as they pursue a national championship.
Coco Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned businesses across Iowa. Businesses like Lola's Fine Hot Sauce, Forward Consulting, Own Your Check, and Humanize My Hoodie. For more information about Coco Creative Agency and these other great businesses, visit cococreates.com for more information. That's cococreates.com. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses.
Round 2 of the NCAA tournament, Iowa and Georgia for the right to head to Seattle. Time for the Hy-Vee shoot-around with Coach Bluter. Once again, brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. Coach, just one note about round number 1. I kind of got out of that game about as good as you could. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, I think we had the largest amount of victory of anybody in the NCAA tournament first round, so that's a pretty good start. We're going to need all that offense today against a really good Georgia defense.
Yeah, let's talk about this defense. Matchup zone defense. Katie Abrahamson-Henderson brought it over from Central Florida, so at least you've had a little experience with that.
Yeah, I told the team we're destined for this because we played them last year, and of all the schools you can schedule to come into Carver, we picked the one that we're going to be playing really in the second round of the NCAA tournament. So I know she was at a different school, but 3 of those players came over. It is her system. We know it, and that, I think, is a benefit to us.
How do you attack it?
Well, to me, it's corners and the logo, the Big Ten logo. You want to get the ball in there and then get in-out threes or dump it down to our post.
Offensively, what they like to do?
Offensively, there are a lot of sets. They will transition pretty well, but otherwise, it's a lot of ball screens, and they really use their posts very well. I think our post defense is going to have to do a good job. What they have is a double post offense, so they can post up the 4s and the 5s. So McKenna, Hannah going to have to play a lot of post defense today.
Who's impressed you on their side as far as offense is concerned?
Diamond Battles, like even in the last game, it's like she had a quiet 20. You would never have thought that, and then she has 20 points, but she's really fast going downhill. She's capable of the 3, but she's a better penetrator, and we have to keep the ball out of her hands just because she is so quick. Also, Audrey Warren, number 31, has done a really good job coming off screens, and I think off the bench, Javen Nicholson is really, I think, the best post player they have. She is an outstanding offensive rebounder and has the best range of all the posts.
We'll wrap up with Coach Bluter after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
What are you craving? The Wig and Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wig and Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
Coach, your game plan going in, I'm sure part of it has to be get that transition going before they can even really set up that zone defense.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's always whenever you're playing a zone, you kind of want to get down there and get those mismatches or get them, get the ball down the floor before all 5 of their players get established in their zone defense. So that's definitely one thing. Now, they have pressed in the past. Some games they do more than they do others. And if so, we've got to be able to handle that press as well. And just, value the ball. They really force a lot of turnovers because they're so long in that zone.
Do you plan to use multiple defenses today?
We do. We're going to switch up our defenses and kind of depending a little bit on their lineups.
Coach, thanks very much.
Thanks, Rob. Let's go Hawks.
Head coach Lisa Bluter on the pregame show. Back with more after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
Both teams back out on the floor. We're warming up. The Hawkeyes, the basket to our left, and the Georgia Lady Bulldogs, the hoop to our right. The Hawkeyes will go in the home white uniforms, and Georgia the road red as we get ready for Jamie's keys to a Hawkeye victory. And hey, Coach Jensen on the postgame show Friday said, hey, we need all these fans that are here today, meaning Friday, to be back on Sunday.
Right.
And that has absolutely happened.
They definitely came back. And it is hopping and rocking, and everybody is here and ready to go. I am ready to go. I know about that. The Hawkeyes look like they're ready to go in just 3 minutes before we get to start this thing. Okay, Rob, so you're interested in these keys, I'm sure. I think a big one is going to be Iowa's ability for transition offensive opportunities, and that's going to be possibly breaking the press. But Iowa can get good transition, actually, for breaking presses. The second one, I think they did a great job yesterday of coming out with that defensive intensity right away. Again, doing the exact same thing. Be aggressive. Be the aggressors on the defensive end. And know where Battles is. That is their key person. Know where Battles is. I wouldn't be surprised if Iowa today does a box and one when Coach Bluter didn't really allude to it, you always know that she probably is doing something a little bit out of the, right away.
Change up those defenses.
Where you kind of, when she's like, we'll change it up, and I was like, oh, so you're going to throw a box and one or something, or a triangle and two out there. So we'll be looking for that today. And then the last one is high percentage shots, all right? Like, move the ball around, take high percentage shots. And sometimes that is a three-pointer. Depending on how a person's shooting, that can be a high percentage shot. But take the high percentage ones. Don't just take the first shot you have, and definitely get the ball inside. Our post should have a game today. I will say they should have a game.
Jamie, I think when you look at three-point shooting, interesting that Georgia really doesn't shoot them all that well, right around 30% on the season. Didn't shoot the ball particularly well on Friday. But opponents against Georgia shoot only 31%.
Right.
You get the feeling that Iowa has got to do a better job percentage-wise than that.
Right. I think Iowa doesn't usually get forced into threes. There's been games where you could tell they were rushing them. But I would say as the season has went along, they've done a much better job of knowing when do I take the three in transition versus when do I wait and set up the offense. And so hoping that they don't get tricked, that's usually when you're allowing the defense to determine how your offense is running, and that's when you always lose. So as long as Iowa stays kind of in control of their offense, they should be fine.
And Georgia doesn't rely on the three-pointer. They don't shoot a lot of them, 376 on the year, where opponents have shot 689, and in the victory Friday against Florida State, Georgia just 5 out of 12 in that category.
Yeah. And well, they do this matchup zone, and that's where people, I think, you see that many of their opponents shooting threes. It's because people always take the three. That's the best. It's not the best route. It is a route you can go to break a zone. But I think Iowa, again, this is something they've faced already. They've seen the zones like this. And so knowing exactly how they're going to face up to it and get some points on the board.
Just about ready for introductions of the starting lineups for the Hawks and the Lady Bulldogs. Before that, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball. For Georgia, they'll go with the same starters that took them to victory over Florida State on Friday, though they get some production off the bench, and they've used several different combos of starting lineups this year. Chloe Chapman, number one, a 5'7" senior, averaging 3 points and 1.8 rebounds per contest. As Jamie told you, and Coach Bluter as well, the key player for Georgia is Diamond Battles, a 5'8" senior in her 5th year from Winter Haven, Florida, averaging 14.5 and 3.3. All SEC performer, and 21 against the Seminoles on Friday. Jordan Isaacs is a 6' senior, averaging 2.2. Did have 10 against Florida State on Friday. Brittany Smith, 6'3" junior, hails from Orlando, averaging 11.5 and 5.2, but only played 10 minutes and 46 seconds against Florida State. Audrey Warren, averaging 8 points a game, also had 11 and 6 boards Friday against Florida State. The Hawkeyes will counter with a starting lineup that is pretty well rested. Didn't have to play the full 40 on Friday.
I'm sure they were anxious to play the full 40, to be quite honest, because they had that huge gap before that. But Coach Bluter probably was like, your legs fresh on Sunday is going to be more important than you getting a few more minutes today. So should be a really awesome opportunity for them. And I was talking about this with Corey Sheets. He does a lot of he sets up our YouTube links and does things like that for Hawkeye Sports. He's awesome. But we were talking before, and he's like, it's like the weight of the state of Iowa is on this Iowa women's basketball team right now, though, too. Everybody in the state of Iowa is probably tuning in today, like with the hopes of Iowa being able to be the Iowa team that makes it to the Sweet 16.
Just kind of carrying the banner right now.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. Well, Kate Martin averaging 7.5, McKenna Warnock at 10.8. Monica Sonano in the middle at 17.4 and 6.5 rebounds a contest. In the backcourt, Caitlin Clark at 27 a game, 7.5 boards and 8.5 assists, coming off a double-double against Southeastern Louisiana on Friday. She'll be joined by Gabby Marshall, who has made 47 three-pointers this year, averaging 5.7 and 1.5 steals. As we told you, Georgia, coached by Katie Abrahamson Henderson in her first year. She's had success everywhere she has gone, with an overall record of 394 and 168, just over 70%. Did a terrific job at Missouri State, Albany, and also at UCF. And she talked about the fact that there's only 2 jobs out there that she would even consider leaving for, and one Iowa and one Georgia, where she played both places. But her final year at UCF was 26-4 and 14-1 in the conference, and got to the NCAA second round. Her last 3 years got to the NCAA tournament at Central Florida. Calls a lot of sets. You'll see a lot of plays, a lot of ball screens for Georgia this afternoon.
Now, Katie Abrahamson, it's really fun when Iowa gets to play people that are from the state of Iowa. And it feels like it happens way more than it should statistically, because you get Brenda Fries. And I feel like we've seen Katie from when she was at UCF, I believe. And so it's just interesting that we keep having these run-ins with players that grew up here in Eastern Iowa. It's great. I mean, you and I, we're Eastern Iowa kids. Yep. We know it's a great place.
And a lot of talent has emerged from this state and gone on to do things very, very well, not only in the state of Iowa, but obviously beyond. And certainly Katie Abrahamson, one of them. Brittany Smith at 6'3" will jump center with Monica Sonano. The officials are ready.
It is loud.
Yep, the fans will be into this one for sure. And the ball is in the air, and the tap won by Georgia. And they will start with the basketball first, left to right in front of us. Battles, of course, gets it off to the right wing. Jumper by Brittany Smith is no good from 15. Clark with the rebound, races down the left side. Lob pass over to the right side. Kate Martin takes a couple of dribbles. Now Warnock and Clark play catch. Now deep in the corner, Gabby Marshall lost control of the ball and dug up by Audrey Warren of Georgia. That's what Coach Bluter talked about that can't happen. Chapman along the baseline drops it inside to Jordan Isaacs, who lays it up and in. And Georgia gets the first points on the board. Here's Clark out near the timeline, being hounded by Chapman. Now top of the key, Gabby Marshall pushes it to Kate Martin, free throw line extended right, really getting out on those shooters. And a jumper by Caitlin Clark, no good from the right wing from 15. And the Hawkeyes steal the ball. Gabby Marshall got a hand on it, dug up by Martin as she brings it across the timeline. Now Clark for 3, left wing, rattles around and spins out. Chapman the rebound. Georgia 2-0.
See, Georgia's trying to up that pace right now. Iowa just has to make sure they're getting back on D.
Warren on the left wing, out behind the arc. Gets it to Isaacs, takes a couple of dribbles, now battles. She takes one dribble, will fire a long 2 from the right wing and drill it. Diamond battles, can't let her get hot. Had 21 against Florida State on Friday. Clark, bounce pass inside, Sonano goes up, misses it, gets her own rebound, puts it back up and in off the window.
Nice job sticking with the play there. There's a little bit of contact, but she has seen that before and stuck with it, rebounded her own shot, and put it right back up.
And the first time that Iowa got the ball inside.
It is. Good things happen.
4-2 Georgia. Smith on the left side drills a mid-range jumper. That's 6'3" stepping out and knocking that shot down, and it's 6-2. Inside, Sonato spins, goes up off the right side of the rim. Isaacs with the rebound. Gets it to Battles across the timeline. Georgia with the basketball on top by 4. Here's Battles. Angles left side. Now gets the ball to Smith. Now Battles again. Chapman for 3, right wing, no good. Sonato the rebound on the right block. Gets it to Clark across the timeline. Caitlin, a logo 3.
Oh, Lee Cow. Clark, that is just wild.
Pulls the Hawks to within 1.
That was unexpected. Nobody was ready for that. Clark, that's it.
And she's really trying to get this crowd into the game. Here's Isaacs. Lost control of the ball. Now gets it to Smith, and her jumper from the elbow is good. Brittany Smith with 4 on a couple of jumpers. Here's Kate Martin for 3, left wing.
Well, there we are. Iowa was ready to go, and Clark started it off, but Kate Martin kept that 3-party going.
And that ties it at 8. Chapman for Georgia drives baseline, tries to kick it inside, stolen away by Caitlin Clark. Clark across the timeline, spins and drives in. Shot is no good. The scoop shot just a little bit short. She hit the deck, and here comes Chapman for Georgia. Now to Smith. Has it tapped away from behind. That's the second steal by Clark. She gets the ball back from Martin. Whips it inside. Sonato goes up, finishes, and is fouled. What a pass by Clark.
Great pass and fabulous finish by Sonato, because she went with the pass, right? She rolled with it onto that right side, and it was a really smooth move, but you're right. All the credit's going to have to go to Clark on that one for making that pass inside.
Well, but Monica needs to finish those underneath, and certainly did there with contact. That foul goes on Brittany Smith.
Felt a huge swing there, right? Like, it wasn't like any momentum was going anywhere, but Iowa just picked it up and took all of it.
Nicholson comes into the game, a 6'2 senior, plays a lot. Had 9 and 13 rebounds against Florida State. Sonato short on the free throw. Hawks by 2, 10-8, early going. Battles walks it across the timeline. Marshall comes out on her. Georgia just passing the ball around the arc. And now Lewis into the game, drives all the way in, missed the layup. And the Hawkeyes get the rebound to Clark across the timeline. Left side, Gabby Marshall. They certainly have identified her as a shooter. Now gets it to Warnock, who just lost control of the ball. McKenna needs to secure that before trying to make a move.
And Georgia's, I mean, they're a pretty wide team, long arms. They take up a lot of space in their zone. They do a good job keeping their arms up. So Iowa just has to make sure they move the ball a couple of times, reverse it.
And they will defend you on the perimeter. Here's Warren. Gets a pass inside to Nicholson, and it's blocked underneath. But a foul will be called on Kate Martin.
And that's the second time we've seen in this. Iowa's playing more of a zone, and they're pinning Iowa on the inside. And so Iowa has to make sure they're getting around that.
Boy, Kate thought she had all ball as Addie O'Grady makes an early appearance. Sydney Fulter into the game for Kate Martin. Go on her to pick up that second early. So 2 shots for Nicholson. First one is short. Georgia not a great free throw shooting team. They're right at 70%. Nicholson has 8 starts this year. Second one is up and rattles around, no good. Iowa by 2 with the ball. 5:23 left to go in the first. Clark will walk it across the timeline. Warnock now right wing. Marshall back to McKenna, 15 feet away, drives in the post and lost control of the ball. Dug up by Warren. She gets into the paint. Scoop shot wild, no good. Weak side rebound taken by Clark. Down court pass to Warnock. Drives in, shot no, but a hold will be called on Diamond Battles. So that'll be her first, team second, and a couple of free throws for McKenna Warnock. Iowa up 2 with 5:01 left to go. First quarter.
I love the way that Warnock went into that, though. She went into it knowing she kind of wanted to draw the foul, and I think it's a great idea against Battles especially.
Oh, and you're going to have to take contact.
Yep, so she went into it and full, because you even saw her put it up with two hands, because she was like, I need to make sure I hold on to it. It can't get ripped out of my hand.
Yep, she's fumbled the ball a couple of times, makes the first free throw. Warnock eyes the hoop and gets the roll on the second one. Kate Martin for McKenna Warnock.
Iowa on a 7-0 run over the last minute 45.
Iowa up 4, Georgia with the ball. Isaacs gets it into Nicholson. Makes a move along the baseline. Has it blocked away by O'Grady and out of bounds. And going to say that it touched Georgia last. She put it back in her hand. I think that's the call. The official kind of pointed both ways on the baseline.
Good job by O'Grady. She stood her ground, kind of sized up what was happening there, and then that's when she tried to get the block.
Our first timeout in quarter number 1. 4:45 left to go in the first. Iowa 12, Georgia 8. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
It will be Georgia basketball after the Addie O'Grady block along the baseline. It looked like kind of went back into Nicholson's hand, but the official call will be that it will be Georgia basketball underneath their own goal. Need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers? Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details, plus energy-saving tips. This afternoon's game brought to you by Bud Light. Bud Light proudly welcomes back Hawkeye fans to the NCAA tournament and Carver Hawkeye Arena this year. Bud Light is for the fans.
Well, in the first 5 minutes, I mean, Iowa has done a pretty good job, but so has Georgia. They have similar stat sheets. The biggest difference is that Iowa's 2 for 3 from the three-point line, while Georgia is 0 for 1 from the three-point line. Both technically are 4 for 9 from the field, though, which has given Iowa that lead. Iowa also has made they're 2 of 3 for free throws, and Georgia is 0 for 2 on free throws. So that's how Iowa has their little 4-point lead they have.
Georgia is led for 234, Iowa for 126.
And Iowa
5 fast break points.
Yeah, and they're still on a 7-0 run. So this is still continuing. Let's see if Iowa can get a defensive stop and can further it on a little bit more.
Sonano back in. Battles will throw it in for Georgia. Just right of the basket. Drops it into Nicholson. Now back to Battles. Her baseline jumper is good from 17. She has 4, leading scorer for Georgia. Shoots it at just over 38%. Clark had it batted away, got it back. Now Sonano has to kick it back out to Martin. Whips it around to a Falter left wing. Bounce pass inside to Kate Martin, a foot off the block. She dribbles it back out with 9 to shoot. And then Clark lost control of the basketball, dug up by Georgia, and the layup is good by Lewis. Lewis coming off the bench with her first basket. We're tied at 12. Iowa basketball. Martin gets it to Marshall on the right wing. Takes a couple of dribbles. Bounce pass to Clark. Tries to drive baseline and then steps out of bounds as she tried to get a pass into the corner to Kate Martin.
And Georgia's really getting out there, having their hands up. They're swatting at a lot of things. Iowa needs to make sure they're getting to that triple threat. They're controlling those passes, use some ball fakes. All things they know how to do. Just take a breath to do those.
And against this defense, Jamie, the shots that you normally get against a 2-3 zone, you're not going to get in this matchup. Here's a long-range three-pointer left wing, good by Diamond Battles. She has 7, and Georgia goes up 3 with 3:28 left to go in the first. Molly Davis into the game, gets it to Kate Martin. Now a Fulter, top of the key, drives in. Now to Clark, fires a three-pointer, drilled it straight away.
And good movement on that. That was the difference there. There was a drive and a pitch, right? We saw more movement with the team rather than just a couple of passes.
That ties it at 15. Hawks playing defense. Battles. Plays catch with Lewis. Now Isaacs lost control of the ball, but Nicholson digs it up, and then she lost it again and regained it. And now gets it out to Battles, who fires a long-range shot that's no good, and Molly Davis is down on the court. She was down there trying to get the ball away from Nicholson.
I think it's her ankle. I think it might have got stepped on as they were, and no, nothing malicious. This was people going after a ball.
Two players going after the loose ball.
But I think it might have kind of went the other way. How your ankle normally rolls in is what it maybe looked like, because I think a body fell on it.
Yeah, versus going to the outside.
Yeah.
And that's what they.
Molly Davis is really tough. I mean,
oh yeah.
This is probably the first time I've seen her cry, actually. And she's been on the floor before.
Got rolled up on or stepped on, and so she is up.
Oh, she's up.
And walking, which is a good sign, but limping a little bit. She'll get examined on the sideline. It's a great time to join the Iowa Lottery's free VIP club. Members receive free plays, special offers, insider news, and can enter promotions to win cash and other great prizes. Visit www.ialottery.com/VIP to learn more. We're tied at 15, 2:48 left to go in the first.
Back to the traditional starters in to end the first quarter, possibly.
Martin, Warnock, Sonano, Clark, and Marshall. Iowa basketball. Right side, Martin. Inside, Sonano goes to the left hand. The finish and the foul.
That play was fabulous, though. The play was a fake. It was a fake, and Clark sold it really well. She cut through, went out to the three-point arc. You saw everybody watching her on her cut, and then it gave Sonano perfect time to post up really hard. Great pass inside from Kate Martin to Sonano, actually to her right-hand side for a drop step to the middle, where normally she drops that baseline.
Sonano's free throw, short. Monica 0 for 2 from the line. Zosha Smith, 6'3", picked up her first foul. Iowa by 2, Georgia with the basketball. Isaacs, high post area. Nobody comes out on her, just daring her to shoot. Almost traveled. Now gets it to Smith, top of the key. And now a traveling will be called on Bates as she came off a screen and shuffled her feet before shooting a 12-footer. Hawks by 2 with the basketball. 2:11 left to go in the first. Martin on the right wing. Floats a pass to Gabby Marshall, but it is knocked away and out of bounds by Lewis. But Iowa will have the ball along the sideline as Diamond Battles comes back for Georgia. Replacing Warren. Martin will throw it in. Hawks by 2. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Approaching 2 left to go in the first. Here's Marshall, right wing. They have certainly identified her as a hot shooter. Here's Clark. Gets it into Sonano. Back out to Kate Martin for three. A little bit long. And a good look at it. And a fast break opportunity for Georgia. Battles gets into the paint. Hawks do a good job. Now she brings it to the left wing. Battles against Kate Martin. Gets a screen. Brings it to the right wing. Little step back. Top of the key jumper. No. Smith gets the rebound. And gets it again. Shot is up and no good. And finally, Warnock grabs the rebound. Bates had an attempt. Smith as well. Inside, Sonano up and under, had it blocked. Retrieved by Warnock, up strong off the window.
Couple of arms, maybe fouling her, but she went up strong, like you said. That was it. She went up strong, and she finished it.
And went through the defense, didn't fade away. Here's Smith on the right wing for Georgia. Hawks by 4, we're under a minute. Bates at the elbow. Sonano comes out on her. And now an errant pass to the left side. Smith wasn't ready. And the turnover gives Iowa the basketball with 53.5 left in the first.
You think the Iowa crowd's going to take credit for that one?
I'm all for it.
They were really loud. We know they're loud when we can hear them in our headsets that block out most of the noise.
Hawks by 4 with the basketball. Martin. And tried to get it to Clark. She throws it away. Battles. Down to Smith. Layup is good. Went right over the front of the rim. 6'3" Smith's first basket. And that's what Coach Bluter talked about in the pregame show. We got to be strong with the ball. You got to watch any soft passes, because Georgia will get in those passing lanes. Hawks can hold for the final shot. Up 2. And a bump will be called against Georgia. Lewis picks up her first. Ball possession for the Hawkeyes with 19. Get it into Clark. So Lewis has got the defensive assignment right now on Caitlin out near the timeline. Double high post. Good look for Iowa. 7 seconds. Clark angles right side. Whips it into the corner. Runner from the baseline. Marshall no good. And that'll do it for the first 10 minutes of basketball. Iowa with a 2-point lead.
And a good last second shot. I like the awareness of the clock. That was a good play by Marshall to go in and take the shot rather than trying to pass again, right? A lot of people would have thought, like, pass again. Nope, I think it was a good idea. Get that shot up. There wasn't enough time for Georgia to get in those shots themselves.
When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Take a closer look and you'll discover the many connections you have to corn. And those connections translate into wins for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowansWin. We'll head to the second quarter. Iowa 19, Georgia 17. The winner on to the Sweet 16. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Axe throwing is not just for lumberjacks anymore. It's for everyone. Are you looking for some competitive fun in the Des Moines area? Ironside Axe Club offers parties, corporate team building, and leagues. Come let us teach you how to throw axes or come to sharpen your skills. It's great as a date night and even better with a group of friends. Check out our weekly activities, including morning blend networking, lunch and throw, trivia, Thirsty Thursday, and league. Visit our website at ironsideaxeclub.com and unleash your inner Viking.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
This broadcast of the NCAA Division I Women's Basketball Championship is authorized under the broadcast rights granted by the NCAA through Westwood One. It is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any reproduction, retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the NCAA and Westwood One is strictly prohibited. Well, Jamie, we've usually seen Hannah Stolke by now.
Right.
She is dressed, but has not played in this game yet.
Yep. Per some media passed along that twisted her ankle a little bit in practice. I think that Coach Bluter, she's going to try to not play her. That's essentially it. I would guess there's a chance that she might be able to play, but I don't see why she's going to try to play her. If the team's doing fine right now, they have a 2-point lead at the end of the first quarter against a Georgia team who's playing pretty decent.
And Molly Davis, who looked like she turned an ankle, is back on the bench. Pass inside to Sonano, and she lost control of it. But then Georgia going after it, lost it on the baseline. Iowa basketball, Hawks up by 2. Clark will throw it in along the baseline. Pass out to Warnock, now Martin, now back to Clark at the free throw line. Gets to the right wing, and the three-pointer's good by Gabby Marshall.
Well, Gabby Marshall keeping that hot streak alive.
48 made threes for Gabby Marshall. That was her first open look. 22-17 Hawkeyes. Top of the key, Isaac's jumper from 17, no. And Sonano had the rebound, couldn't handle it with the right hand. And it goes out of bounds. Georgia basketball on the baseline.
All those photogs.
Yeah, she had to watch really going after.
I know. I think she would have tried a little bit harder, and she's like, it's not worth it.
There's not a lot of room. Off the inbounds play, Smith gets it inside, can't finish, and then Sonano goes up and grabs the rebound with some toughness and is fouled.
Great job by Sonano to keep her hands on the ball, and that's going to be the key on these boards. Georgia's trying to get their hand on every single one. If you can just make sure you get 2 strong clutches on it and pull that down, you're either going to draw fouls like Sonano just did, or you're going to get the rebound clean.
Isaacs picks it up, 6-foot senior, high post area Martin. Hawks by 5 with the basketball. Here's Clark in between the circles. Bounce pass inside to Sonano, and she couldn't handle the pass. It wasn't a huge angle there. Isaacs did a good job defensively. The ball goes out of bounds over to Georgia.
I mean, it was a good try. I'm going to just say that was a good try pass. It was a hard one for anybody to try to handle.
22-17, 1 minute into the second quarter. Hawks on top, Georgia with the basketball. Right wing, Isaacs. Hands it off to Battles. Fake to 3, took one dribble, shot from 18, no, but a foul will be called on the shot by Gabby Marshall. Her first, team's first in the quarter, and a couple of free throws for Diamond Battles. You know, she can shoot the 3, but is very comfortable putting the ball on the floor once or twice and then pulling up from 15 to 17 feet.
Yeah. She comes off a lot of screens.
And the first free throw is good. She has 8. All SEC second team and made the all defensive unit as well. Second free throw perfect. Battles with 9 of the 19 Georgia points. And it's Iowa by 3. 22-19, just underway, second quarter. Warnock, right wing, Gabby Marshall. To Martin, to McKenna Warnock for 3, and she splashes it home.
She's a war knocking them down. I stole that from Tiffany Reedy.
She would come up with that. That's good. Warnock with 7. I want to hear more of it. In the paint, shot is up, no good by Smith. Rebound taken down by Isaacs, and she kind of plows her way to the basket and lays it up and in. Martin had the ball tipped, got it back. Now right side, three-pointer, count it for Gabby Marshall.
Gabby and her threes, 2 for 2 from the three-point line today. If she is going to be able to get that ball in her hands on the three-point arc, she's going to hit it. You can tell she's feeling it.
And this crowd is feeling it too. 28-21. Top of the key. Isaacs pushes it left side. Lewis She'll fire a three-pointer. Shot did go in. Whistle first. A blocking foul will be called on Georgia.
And that was just a screen where she tried to roll, but it was an obvious one where she was trying to actually just hold Clark on the roll.
And that'll be 2 on Jordan Isaacs. And that'll get Nicholson, who plays a lot, back into the game. She'll defend Monica Sonano. Hawks by 7. Warnock, 3, left wing, got it.
We're knocking them down again.
Timeout. Lady Bulldogs. And this place is juiced.
Oh. McKenna Warnock, she had a rough start to this game. 2 turnovers relatively quickly, but you could tell that she immediately just kind of took that up with her, and she's like, all right, I got this, and nailed it. She has been getting the board. She's been putting up hard shots, and she's hitting threes now, so she's doing it all.
Well, her last game at Carver Hawkeye Arena, trying to make it a special one. Warnock with 10. Timeout, Georgia. 7:28 left to go in the second. Iowa by 10, 31-21. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine too.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Welcome back courtside, Carver Hawkeye Arena. Rob Brooks and Jamie Lang with 7:28 left to go in the second. Hawks with their big lead of the day, 31-21. The threes are starting to fall for the Hawkeyes. 7 out of 9 from deep.
That is fire. There is fire coming through those hoops right now. Iowa is just hitting them left and right. And Gabby Marshall and McKenna Warnock each in this quarter. 2 for 2, 2 for 2. That ain't bad.
University of Iowa Healthcare has a game plan for your same-day healthcare needs. If you need treatment for a common illness or a minor injury, visit one of several UI quick care or urgent care locations throughout the Iowa City Cedar Rapids corridor. Their care and expertise will help you get back in the game. UI Healthcare is proud to sponsor your Iowa Hawkeyes. Also, U.S. Cellular is on a mission to find us putting down our phones in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus. And the Hawks have been finding that hoop.
Oh, my goodness. And they're finding it from the three-point line. And Iowa is not a team that lives and dies by the threes, but it's real nice when they're able to make those threes.
Hawks have led for 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Big lead of 10. Georgia basketball out of the timeout. Battles a three-pointer, a little bit strong. Sonano the rebound in the paint. Gets it ahead to Caitlin Clark across the timeline. Thought about a three and gets it to Kate Martin on the left wing. Kate takes a couple of dribbles, gets out high, gets it back from Clark. Bounce pass inside. Sonano goes up and has it blocked away. And it's going to be touched last by Iowa. The officials say so. And now reverse the call. Hawkeye basketball. Sonano caught the ball, but was underneath the hoop, so she did not have a
she kind of shot a
good
backward
angle.
Shot. I think more so to get out of the lane because she knew she was
doubled.
in there. Yeah.
Warnock gets it from Clark. Now to Marshall, left wing. Hawks by 10 with the basketball. 9 to shoot. Warnock at the free throw line. Whips it right side. Kate Martin. Now Gabby Marshall. And the ball is kicked She tried to get it in with 3 seconds left on the shot clock.
That kind of helped Iowa out because they were going to have to look for a quick shot. So it resets the shot clock to 20 seconds.
And that's big for Iowa. Clark will throw it in along the baseline. Looks inside, gets it to Sonato. Left-handed layup is no good. Beautifully designed play.
It was.
Hawks by 10. Georgia goes inside to Smith. Turnaround jumper baseline, no. Nice box out by Sonato. Gets it ahead to Clark across the timeline. Caitlin, a logo 3. A little bit strong. Weak side rebound to Battles. Nothing wrong with that shot. She caught it in rhythm. Here's Battles against Marshall. She'll fire a long 2 and drill it from the right wing. She has 11. 7-point advantage for the Hawkeyes. Martin, right side. Clark, step back 3-pointer. A little bit strong. It was on target. Long rebound taken down by Georgia. Here's Lewis. She'll fire a long 3-pointer from the left wing and knock it down. Transition 3, just like that. The Lady Bulldogs pull to within 31-26. Here's Marshall. She'll fire a 3 right wing and drill it. Gabby Marshall.
3 for 3. Okay.
And that was a fake dribble to the left and knocked down a 3-pointer.
That's not normally what she does. She doesn't do a lot of putting it on the floor to take her shot still.
Smith from the elbow, 15 feet away, no good. Rebound to McKenna Warnock. 34-26. Hawkeyes on top. Sonato, 12 feet away. Warnock now for 3. Rolls around the rim and spins out. Rebound to Nicholson of Georgia. Gets it ahead to Lewis. Lewis, backup point guard in between the circles. Clark comes out on her. Now feeds the ball inside to Smith, and a reach will be called on Monica Sonato. That's only the first foul on Sonato, and that'll get Addie O'Grady into the game.
And there's no player for Iowa that has more than 1 foul, so that is good here in the second quarter. I think we'll have a media timeout.
Timeout on the court with 4:56 left to go in the second quarter. Iowa 34, Georgia 26. Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm and partner with Iowa's women's basketball program to serve charities in Eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. That's Iowa Swarm. We have not seen Hannah Stalkey yet. Molly Davis looked like she tweaked an ankle back in the first quarter. We have not seen her come back. So that's 2 key components off the Iowa bench. Thankfully, no foul trouble. And that goes back to the point on Friday, Jamie, where McKenna Warnock played 23 plus. Yep. Sonato under 23. Kate Martin 21-39. Clark 29-10. Gabby Marshall 23 minutes.
Right. So right now everyone should be okay to play as many minutes that are needed today. And right now Iowa's setting the tone really well. And really when they have that starting 5 in, though, they're looking good. And so substitutions, yes, give them breaks and everything like that. But they look so good. Like, let's keep building on it, especially with a little under 5 minutes here. Keep in the power right now, right? If it's going well, and you don't have Molly Davis, I'm guessing, because she hasn't came back in since, I would assume she sprained her ankle. We know that. They might have taped her up, but again, Coach Bluter's a smart coach. She's like, I'm not going to play you unless I have to if you're injured, because it's only going to make it worse and make the recovery longer.
So it looks like Stalkey's minutes have gone to Addie O'Grady, who had 6 points and 5 rebounds on Friday.
Yeah, I think she played great. The other thing that Addie O'Grady adds that you don't have anywhere else on the team, she's 6'5", and she's not a fake 6'5". She's a legit 6'5", long, takes up a lot of space, and that gives you shot blocking opportunities. If you're in a zone, she takes up more space. And so those are things where just a couple inches of height can be really, really beneficial, especially for a look, if you want to change it up when you're in a different defensive set.
In the WNIT, Nebraska has a 38-29 halftime lead over the Northern Iowa Panthers. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, locally owned and operated, and voted best of the area for the 10th consecutive year, proudly supports Iowa women's basketball. Trust Dodge Street Tire for honest auto repair and the best deals on Goodyear and Toyo tires. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, celebrating over 30 good years on the corner of Dodge and Church Streets. So it'll be Georgia basketball along the baseline. 34-26 Hawkeyes, just under 5 to go, second quarter. Smith retrieves the ball, gets it to Battles. And a push is going to be called on the left side against Caitlin Clark, trying to get through a screen.
No basket.
Yeah, the shot went in well after the foul was called.
Coach Bluter's talking to the refs saying they're moving on their screens, though. They can't take a step and move.
Georgia looks inside and gets it to Smith, and her short jumper from the paint is good. Brittany Smith was 6. Played less than 11 minutes on Friday. Here's Clark. Tried to get a pass inside to a Grady. Knocked away, but Warnock gets it back, and then Kate Martin threw it away into the hands of Smith. She drives in, layup, no. Battles gets the rebound, then falls down, but does get it back out to Brittany Smith. So Georgia will reset. 34-28 Hawkeyes. Here's a drive down the right side of the lane by Nicholson. Shot is up and no good, but an Iowa foul will go against Addie O'Grady. And Sid Fulter will come in for Kate Martin. So Nicholson will be at the line. 6'2" senior. Free throw, good. That's her first point. She had 9 and 13 boards against Florida State Friday.
Iowa right now with boards being out-rebounded by Georgia by about 5, 18-13. So Iowa has to make sure box out. And it's largely because Georgia not the most accurate of shooters, and so you got to limit the second chance opportunities. And
they are a good rebounding team. Both free throws good by Nicholson. Iowa basketball on top by 4. Here's Clark into the corner. McKenna Warnock for 3, rimming no. Sonano the rebound, and shot is up and no good. Weak side Warnock. And then she throws it away, trying to get it to Sonano. Then the ball is kicked by Battles, retrieved, and then a foul by Fulter in the backcourt on Iowa.
There's definitely some contact underneath, but these refs are really not calling anything for Iowa.
And especially if you fade away at all.
Yeah, you just got to go up and in.
So Battles will be at the free throw line. So Georgia in the bonus. Georgia's been called for just 2 fouls in the quarter. Battles' first free throw gets it to go. She's got 12, averages 14.5. but is Georgia's leading scorer. Second one, good. Hawks by 2 with the ball. Clark has 2 3-pointers. Crosses the timeline. Lewis on her, now to Fulter. Tried to get it to Sonano, almost stolen, then Sonano got it back. And the shot clock reset, so officials blew the play dead, and Molly Davis back out on the court.
Oh, there's Molly Davis, so she is coming out.
Martin for Warnock, Davis for Marshall.
Iowa right now in the offensive end, again, just be aggressive. Draw those fouls, like drive in like you have before against teams like this.
When Iowa got up by 10, Davis will be on the point. Gets the ball in between the circles. Now a Fulter, 35 feet from the hoop. Now to Davis, right wing. Looks inside. Now in the corner. Clark for three. No. A Fulter goes high for the rebound, but dug up by Nicholson of Georgia. Lady Bulldogs can tie or a three, take the lead, and Lewis drills a three-pointer right at the top of the key. Georgia by 1.
And that's Lewis's second transition three. She's just coming down and shooting that. And so that's something Iowa has to get out on.
35-34, battles with the steal as a Fulter trying to get it to Clark. Clark gets on the ground and did get the ball. And let's see if they will give Iowa the timeout to save the possession. Looks like they'll have a tie-up situation, then Iowa had the arrow. Both players got on the floor right in front of the Georgia bench. Here's Clark. Bounce pass inside. Sonano couldn't handle it. And Georgia gets on the floor. And Sonano ties up Smith. But possession arrow now favors Georgia on top by 1 with 2:44 left to go in the second quarter.
Georgia's on a 9-0 run right now because Iowa is not able to figure out the offensive end. And they've had some easy, that three-point transition.
The pressure defense is getting to Iowa in the half court. Making them attempt passes that just really aren't there. Here's Lewis on the right wing, behind the arc. Clark on her. Now Battles. Battles dribbles it out. In between the circles with 6 to shoot. Wants the screen, takes it. Now fires a three straight away. No. Rebound to Nicholson. Gets it to Battles. Her scoop shot paint, no. And the ball dug up in the corner by McKenna Warnock. Gets it to Martin across the timeline. Hawks down 1 with the ball. Warnock on the left wing. Free throw area, Martin. Drives in, kicks it to Sonano. Goes up and finishes. Nice catch and gather by Monica Sonano with 8.
And it was one-on-one. So a nice job realizing that, and then just nice little baby hook. Good positioning.
Not much of a window on that pass either. Hawks in a zone defense. Lewis, the runner from 15, no. Rebound down to Nicholson for Georgia. She's a terrific offensive rebounder, and the Lady Bulldogs will reset. Iowa up 1. Battles has the ball on the left wing. 1:25 left to go, second quarter. High post area. Nicholson drives down, spins, paint, gathers, goes up. Shot clock violation, the buzzer before the shot hit the rim.
Great defense.
.114 left to go, second quarter. Iowa basketball on top by 1.
Iowa just played that so well right there. That's what you want every single time.
Marshall across the timeline. Right side, Martin. Gets it back. Now left side, Marshall for 3. Got it!
Gabby.
4 threes for Gabby Marshall.
Frickin' Marshall.
Hawks by 4. We're under a minute, second quarter. Fans are on their feet. Here's Battle on the right wing. Freed up as 2 Hawkeyes fell down, and she banks home a three-pointer from the right wing. Everything she's throwing up has gone in.
And that was just a trip up between Iowa. 2 feet, their feet got tangled.
Clark and Marshall. So the Hawks will slow the pace down. Georgia will get the ball back. 12 to shoot, 20 on the game clock. Here's Clark, gets into the paint. Shot is up.
Yes,
Count it from 13, and she's fouled on the jumper.
That's like the first time we've seen Clark drive into the lane like that this whole game, but it worked really well. She drew a foul and might get a three-pointer the old-fashioned way.
And Lewis picks up her second. Really good defender and three-point shooter for Georgia. So Clark will try to complete the three-point play. Iowa up 3, 16.9 left to go in the quarter. Clark. Free throw, no good. Hawks have had a tough time at the line. And now we'll play defense. Battles across the timeline. 41-38 Iowa. Here's Battles. Left side Smith. Inside. Nicholson goes to work and gets it to go off the window. It will count. That's her first field goal. But Iowa will have a 1-point lead at intermission.
Well, I don't think Iowa played their best. They've hit really well from the three-point arc, and specifically Gabby Marshall has hit amazingly from the three-point arc. But so has McKenna Warnock. And they're shooting well from the three-point arc. They're 56% from the three. The biggest thing right now is turnovers. 10 turnovers, so that's way too many turnovers.
Yeah, and Georgia has caused them with their outstanding defense, really getting out in those passing lanes. The Bud Light halftime show is coming up next. Iowa 41, Georgia 40. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
And welcome back, Hawk fans. We're at halftime of this round 2 NCAA game at Iowa 41, Georgia 40. And let's take a quick look at these halftime statistics. Iowa is currently shooting 50% from the field, 56% from the three-point line of 9 of 16, and just 40%, but have only been from the free throw line, just been there 5 times so far. Georgia is shooting 44% from the field, 50% from the three-point arc, who traditionally hit about 30% of their threes, and 75% from the free throw line. Individuals, 2 players for Iowa in double figures right now. That's Gabby Marshall. She's a perfect 4 for 4 from the three-point line, so she has 12 points. And McKenna Warnock with 10 points, 8 from Sonano, 8 from Clark, and 3 from Kate Martin. For Georgia, being led by Battles, 16 points coming from her, 8 coming from Lewis on 2 3-pointers that she's made in transition, and 6 from Smith. Rebounds, Iowa not winning the rebounding war right now. 22 rebounds for Georgia compared to 16 for Iowa. 8 of Georgia's 22 are coming from offensive rebounds. Iowa has 11 assists, 4 from Martin, 4 from Clark, and Georgia has 9 assists. Currently, Iowa has 10 turnovers, Georgia 7 turnovers, and Georgia has 7 steals, while Iowa has 3 steals. Iowa led the first quarter 19-17. The second quarter went to Georgia with 23-22, but Iowa ultimately on top by 1, 41-240 here at halftime. And when we come back, we will be able to hear a little bit about what's going on around the country and look at these a little bit further. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Axe throwing is not just for lumberjacks anymore. It's for everyone. Are you looking for some competitive fun in the Des Moines area? Ironside Axe Club offers parties, corporate team building, and leagues. Come let us teach you how to throw axes or come to sharpen your skills. It's great as a date night and even better with a group of friends. Check out our weekly activities, including morning blend networking, lunch and throw, trivia, Thirsty Thursday, and league. Visit our website at ironsideaxeclub.com and unleash your inner Viking.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawks have led for 13 minutes and 29 seconds. Georgia for 4:03. We are at the half. Iowa 41, Georgia 40. This is the Bud Light halftime show. Bud Light proudly welcomes Hawkeye fans to Carver Hawkeye Arena this year. Bud Light is for the fans. We'll check scores from around the country. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball. One final NCAA tournament second round today. On the women's side, South Carolina 76, South Florida 45. Couple games, one other game in progress right now. Notre Dame has a 1-point advantage over Mississippi State, 13-12 at the end of one. Arizona is at Maryland later on. South Dakota State, Virginia Tech, Princeton, Utah, Michigan, and LSU, Ole Miss, and Stanford. Check some of the men's scores. Xavier with former Hawkeye Jack Nunge will advance as they took care of Pittsburgh today, 84-73. So the third-seeded Xavier Musketeers have qualified for the Sweet 16. At the half, it is Kansas State 29, Kentucky 26. Alabama won yesterday, defeating Maryland 73-51. Most of the men's games will start a little bit later on today, as it'll be Michigan State and Marquette, St. Mary's UConn, Creighton Baylor, and the Cinderella story so far, FDU, Fairleigh Dickinson University, and Florida Atlantic, and Miami of Florida, and Indiana. Hawks have a 1-point lead at the half, 41-40 over Georgia. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Hawks lead it by 1, 41-40. Iowa back out on the court and warming up, and watching Hannah Stalkey, who is dressed, walking gingerly.
Right.
So something had to happen to her lower leg, something at practice, which is a tough blow.
It is.
Because she's been so good off the bench, the 6th player of the year in the Big Ten. For Georgia, they had a 9-0 run in the second. And the Hawkeyes had a 7-0 run back in the first, but Iowa did have that 10-point lead with 7:30 left to go in the second, and that's when Georgia made their 9-0 run. Georgia's big lead was 4 early on. Points in the paint, pretty even. Georgia with 14, Iowa with 12. As we get ready for third quarter action. We knew it wasn't going to be easy, and it certainly hasn't been. What a terrific game, and the Hawks have got to solve that Georgia defense, that 1-2-2 matchup zone that has been so effective. 41-40, Iowa over Georgia. Back with third quarter action after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hawks will have the basketball to start the third quarter. On top by one, 41-40. Caitlin Clark only with 8 points and is 3 out of 9 from the floor. Does have 4 assists. But those 10 turnovers, Jamie, that's got to be cut down here in the third and fourth quarters.
No, that'll be something that was definitely a focus, right? Take your time. And hopefully Coach Bluter is really good at realizing, like, hey, you have already seen this team before. They just weren't wearing the Georgia jerseys, and reminding them, you know how to handle this pressure.
High post area, Sonano. Now to Warnock. She dribbles in, and a hold is going to be called on Audrey Warren. Just kind of riding down the side of McKenna Warnock. Hawks get it in. Warnock from Clark. Now Clark gets it back. 16-foot jumper is short. Missed it straight away. Had a really good open look. And that's where Coach Bluter said things would be open. Right at that Big Ten logo. Baseline jumper goes in from the left side by Brittany Smith. And Georgia takes a 1-point lead. Warnock, left side to Martin, back to Clark, inside Sonano, easy left-handed layup, good ball movement by Iowa.
It was perfect. Not a lot of dribbling, passing the ball around, broke down their defense real easily.
Here's Lewis, three-pointer left side, no. Sonano stays with the rebound and picks it up. Gets it to Kate Martin across the timeline. Kate keeps that right-handed dribble going. Now Marshall in between the circles, out on the Hawkeye logo. At the free throw line, Martin almost lost it. Now gets it back to Clark for three. Count it from the right wing.
There she is. There is our Clarkie.
Hawks by 4. Clark urging on the crowd. Here's Lewis in between the circles, and a charge is going to be called on Warren, taken by Gabby Marshall. And that's Warren's second. She had 11 against Florida State, averaging 8, has not scored in this game.
And Iowa's just got to continue. Now be smart. Okay, you got a little momentum. Go with it. Drive into the lane. You can see there was a huge difference when Warnock drove into the lane. Like, right, it's there. The drive is there. Just be strong when you drive in.
In the corner, Gabby Marshall. Been hot from 3. Now top of the key area, McKenna Warnock dribbles it back out to the high post area. And now drops it inside. Sonano goes to work and then has the ball knocked away on a double team into the hands of Battle. Battles across the timeline. Left wing Warren, she drives the paint. Looked like she traveled. No call. Lewis on the right side. Hawks by 4. Georgia now with Lewis. A jumper from 15. Contact. Clark will pick up the foul against Brittany Smith. Caitlin's second. That's all the ball screens that Georgia runs
so many ball
out
screens
on the three-point line. Brittany Smith will throw it in along the baseline. 2 minutes into the third quarter. Drops it off for Isaacs. Now Warren. Lewis gets it back inside to Smith. Goes to work. Shot no. Ball tapped out of bounds. Touch less by Georgia along the baseline. Iowa basketball with a 4-point lead.
Iowa playing good defense, though, I think, against Smith. They're playing more on her back, but Smith's not very effective. So when she does get it, yes, she'll make some moves, but she's not going to be your main threat.
Here's Martin on the right wing, 30 feet from the basket, being defended by Battles. Gets it back from Marshall. Now inside Warnock, try to bounce pass to Sonano, and it's a kick. That's the type of shot McKenna's just got to take that. She's 5 feet from the basket.
Right.
So Iowa will have it. 20 to shoot. Clark along the baseline, throws it to Warnock. And McKenna tries to dribble, now frees up for a three off the right side of the rim. Martin went after the rebound, but tapped it to Warren. And now stolen by Gabby Marshall. Gets it to Clark for three, straight away, a little bit strong.
You just want those silencing ones to go, just so we can move forward.
Isaac gets the ball to Battles. Walks it across the timeline, keeps that right-handed dribble going. Iowa by 4, Georgia with the basketball. Battles uses a screen.
That's a moving screen.
Now Battles against Marshall. She backs up with 7. Here comes the screen. Battles gets into the paint, lost control of it. And a push is going to be called on Gabby Marshall. That'll be 2 on her as Zosha Smith comes back in. It'll be ball possession for Georgia along the baseline. Hawks by 4. Got to watch these Georgia inbounds plays too. They've been able to get shots underneath in a box set. This time they go out to Isaacs. Now to Battles in between the circles. Left side Lewis for 3 off the front of the iron into the hands of Gabby Marshall. Now to Clark across the timeline. Caitlin on the left side. Makes a move all the way to the basket, goes up, and a charge will be called against Caitlin Clark, and that is 3.
Both teams struggling to score right now. Iowa on a 2-minute, 22-second scoring drought, but Georgia also on a 3-minute, 6-second scoring drought. So neither team able to find the hoop right now. You want Iowa to be the one who can find it first.
Brittany Smith took the charge. Hawks by 4. 6:25 left to go in the third. Isaacs, top of the key, drives in, spins in the paint. Shot with the left hand, no good. Foul on McKenna Warnock. So 2 free throws for Isaacs.
Well, this is where Iowa needs to recognize if they're going to call that, then drive in yourself, right? Play the game, drive in, get the draw your own fouls.
And that's where the situation now, though, is, Jamie, that's the length of Georgia, right? That's showing because you've got an advantage inside against a smaller player as O'Grady comes in for Monica Sonano. So Isaacs will get 2. First one is good. The left-hander has 5 and pulls Georgia to within 3. 6:19 left to go in the third. Second one is up and good. 2-point game. Hawks with the lead. Here's Warnock in between the circles. Gets it left side to Kate Martin. Now bounce pass inside. O'Grady missed the layup after getting a great pass from McKenna Warnock. Down court along the baseline. Zosha Smith goes up, no. Nice rebound by O'Grady, then she lost it. McKenna Warnock battles and has it knocked away by a Georgia player and out of bounds. Boy, thank goodness for McKenna Warnock on the boards.
I know. She's in there on every single one.
And Monica Sedano's rebounded well.
Monica already with 8 today, but you have to just get in there and you have to fight. That's all this is. This is get in there and fight after it, because they're not really boxing you out. They're just going for rebounds.
Just flying toward the ball. Here's Marshall on the right wing for the Hawks with a 2-point lead. Now to Clark, high post area. Warnock drops it inside to Warnock, but it's O'Grady from Warnock, but it's picked off by Georgia. In transition, Joseph Smith goes up and scores. That's her second basket, and we're tied at 46. Here's Marshall on the right wing. Now to Martin, back out to Clark. She fires a three-pointer left to the top of the key and swishes that one.
And allows everyone to take a breath of air.
2 threes in the quarter
for Caitlin
Clark. She has 14. Hawks by 3 as we approach 5 minutes, third quarter. Georgia with Nicholson along the baseline. Charge on Nicholson, taken by Kate Martin.
Good job getting that position. This is what can happen in the second half. You've been playing against these players this whole time. You know where they want to drive, what their tendencies are. So get in the position, take their spot away, draw those fouls.
5 minutes exactly left to go in the third quarter. We've got timeout at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Iowa by 3, 49-46 over Georgia. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
Coco Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned businesses across Iowa. Businesses like Lola's Fine Hot Sauce, Forward Consulting, Own Your Check, and Humanize My Hoodie. For more information about Coco Creative Agency and these other great businesses, visit cococreates.com for more information. That's cococreates.com. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses.
Now the Hawks with a 3-point advantage, 49-46, midway through quarter number 3. Outscored Georgia 8-6 in the third, but You're right, Jamie. Both teams really struggling to get good open looks.
They are. And Iowa just has to keep on remembering you have more than one option, right? The threes are falling, that's a great choice, but also continue to keep them active by driving into the lane and looking for different opportunities. Draw some fouls yourself. A lot of different things I think that the Hawkeyes can do, because that's going to find some holes for them. And this is a hard defense. Bluter knew this was going to be. Their 1-2-2 is a good defense. As long as Iowa can continue to disrupt Georgia on the defensive end, I think that Iowa should be able to still pull away from them here in the next 5 minutes.
The gap is really at that 15 to 12 foot mark, right on that Big Ten logo inside the paint, as Coach Bluter talked about. No problem just turning around and knocking down a mid-range jumper, because that's going to be there.
Trying to figure out, our basket mics are picking up some yells, and I was like, who's screaming? I can't figure it out. It was just some crowd.
Yep. Georgia cheerleaders underneath the basket. Iowa with the ball in a 3-point basketball game. Cross-court pass to Kate Martin. She'll fire a 3. No good off the back of the iron. Weak side rebound taken down by Diamond Battles. She brings it into the front court. Being defended by Marshall. Now, Zosha Smith gets it to Lewis, right side. She's knocked down a couple of three-pointers. Now puts the ball on the floor, gets to the baseline, spins. Bounce pass inside to Nicholson. Her shot is up and no good. Clark bats it away and out of bounds. And touched last by Clark, who needs to be careful about that because she does have 3 fouls.
Right.
Georgia basketball. Iowa by 3. Lady Bulldogs get it in. Here's Smith. Now to Lewis, right side. Bounce pass inside to Nicholson. And she turns around and knocks down the 15-foot baseline jumper. She has 6, her first field goal in the third. Iowa by 1. Here's Martin, top of the key area. Kate will dribble it out, give it to Marshall, who had 4 threes in the first 2 quarters. Now Martin to Clark. Now back to Kate. Lob pass inside Sonato. She couldn't handle it with the right hand. And then Zosha Smith lost control of it right near the Iowa Hawkeye bench. So the Hawks will keep the possession.
And these are all little Gabby Marshall things. She picked up a steal already in the backcourt, and then just now she forced that by just being a presence, throwing people off their game.
Now she's so good at reading those passes, especially in the backcourt. Martin gets it in to Caitlin Clark, who will dribble out between the circles. Now inside, Sonato goes to work with the right hand. Shot good. Got it to go as it climbed the front of the iron. Zosha Smith along the baseline. Feeds it into the corner. Three-pointer is short by Warren, but the rebound and putback is good by Nicholson. She had 13 rebounds against Florida State Friday. Iowa by 1. 3:17 left to go in the third. Here's Gabby Marshall on the left wing. Defense closed out, so she couldn't get a 3 up. Now Kate Martin. And she's going to be doubled. And the ball knocked out of her hands and out of bounds. And that's something that Georgia will do too. If you hold the ball on the wing, they'll run 2 players at you.
Right. Martin was just kind of in an awkward position. She was just in kind of a nowhere land, especially in the offense. You don't normally come that high. She was in between 2 other spots.
Martin gets it into Warnock. Pass to Clark. Ball was tipped. Now Clark, a deep 3 from the left side. No. Skipped off the right side of the rim. Warren with the rebound for Georgia. Iowa by 1. Georgia basketball. Look inside. Smith gets it back out to Lewis. Drives baseline. Kicks it inside to Nicholson, who goes up with the right hand and finishes in the paint. She has 10. Georgia grabs a 1-point lead. Warnock in between the circles. Martin, free throw line extended left. Warnock in the paint. Now right side, Gabby Marshall for 3. Just a little bit strong. It was online.
She just squares up so quickly.
And needs to, because they're certainly coming out on her. Lewis with the ball for Georgia in between the circles. Drives down the right side, hesitates. Now kicks it back out. Smith, 17-foot jumper, no good. Weak side rebound, McKenna Warnock. Iowa down 1 with the ball. Here's Clark in the front court. Whips it inside. Sonato goes up and finishes in between Nicholson and Smith.
I mean, that was perfectly done by Clark. She wasn't really even showing that she saw Clark was wide open, and so kept the ball up really high, kept the defense out, so then it's a really open lane for one-on-one for Monica Sonato.
Warren has it knocked away from behind as she tried to make a move. Into the hands of Clark across the timeline. Into the corner. Gabby Marshall for 3. Got it!
Gabby Marshall.
And the Hawks go up by 4.
Gabby Marshall, how is she shooting so well? It's amazing. Missed just 1 shot, hit that 3.
Almost took another charge. No call, though. Hawks by 4. 15 to shoot for Georgia. Get it inside to Nicholson. Turnaround jumper, baseline, no. Warnock, a great rebound. Hands it off to Marshall. Now Clark across the timeline. We approach a minute, third quarter. Caitlin now to the baseline. Jumper is good from 15. McKenna Warnock.
Feel some momentum happening. Keep it going. 55 seconds.
Left in the third. Hawks play defense on top, 58-52. Lewis out near the timeline. Marshall comes out on her. Lewis, a good ball handler, angles left side. Now Clark. High post area, Brittany Smith, little high-low action, and a foul to call it on the baseline on Iowa.
And that will send Georgia to the line. Iowa's at 5 for the quarter.
And Martin picks up her second. So Georgia will be in the bonus for the final 36.5 of the third. Nicholson with 10, right at her average. Free throw, good.
Gabby Marshall on the defensive end right now is keeping Iowa. I think she's really lighting them up, to be quite honest. She's poking at the ball. She's getting these stops. She's disrupting Georgia's offense, and a lot of it's coming from Gabby.
Nicholson buries the second free throw. Iowa by 4. 25 on the shot clock, 30 on the game clock. Closing seconds of quarter number 3. Clark at the timeline. Gonna dribble this one out. Iowa's been going with about 6-7 seconds left to go, but Georgia will get the ball back, and Clark lost control of it and then digs it back up, gets it to Gabby Marshall for 3, right wing, rimming, no, ball batted around, picked up by Battles with 2 seconds. Battles across the timeline, and the shot is no good as it was blocked away from midcourt.
Really good job by Kate Martin right there. I mean, she did a good job of getting a couple steps in front of Battles right there, recognizing she was going to shoot a decent shot, and entirely made it so it wasn't a foul and everything. So really just smart by her to sprint ahead and then turn and get to the spot.
Yeah, key thing, don't commit a foul on a half court.
She did a really good job on the defensive side.
So Battles right in front of the Georgia bench, couldn't get the ball anywhere near the hoop, and we have played 3 quarters, Iowa by 4. In business, Mid-American Energy can help you save energy and add your bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com to learn more. Hawkeye basketball also presented by Wellmark. Attention Hawkeye fans who buy your own health insurance, Wellmark is on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Let's give it up for plans you can afford, the freedom to go to almost any doctor in Iowa, and free virtual care. Check out wellmark.com/swish to compare plans. Well, we'll head to the 4th in a tight one. Iowa 58, Georgia 54. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities. For award-winning claims and sales service, find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Hawkeyes did outscore Georgia in the third quarter, 17-14. Shot 7 of 15, 46.7%, 3 out of 9 from 3. Georgia 5 of 14, 35.7%. 0 for 3 from 3, 4 out of 4 from the free throw line. Iowa did not shoot a free throw in the third. When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin. Plus, you'll be eligible for some fun corny giveaways. Georgia basketball to start the fourth quarter. Battles did not score in the third quarter. Hawks did a great job on her defensively at 16 at halftime. Zosha Smith on the left wing. Now to Lewis. Finds a gap and gets it inside to Brittany Smith, who lays it up and in. She has 10, Iowa by 2. Warnock now to Martin at the free throw line, and she threw it away. Tried to get it to Marshall on the right wing, intercepted by Smith. Lewis now drops it inside to Smith. She's doubled and falls down, and that's going to be a travel. Good defense by Warnock and Sonano.
Right.
That's a jumper Kate Martin's got to take. That's
I know.
A 14-foot
She was
jump
ready
shot.
to do the high-low, and she has to turn it. Your first thought is always shot. That has to be your first thought. You triple threat is get there, be ready to shoot.
That's where the open area is.
So hopefully if it happens again, she's ready this next time.
Clark across the timeline. Top of the key, Warnock. Now Marshall in that same area on the right side of the floor. Takes a couple of dribbles. Now to Sonano, who comes out on the right wing. Monica holds. Now gets it to Clark. Iowa by 2. Now Warnock at the free throw line. Makes a move to the basket. Left-handed layup is no good. A little bit strong with it. And the rebound down to Georgia. Lewis across the timeline. Goes right inside to Brittany Smith. Her shot is no good. Missed it from the right block. And the rebound to Kate Martin. To Clark. Walks it across the timeline. Iowa by 2. Top of the key. Warnock. Bounce pass inside to Sonano. Knocked away and out of bounds by Isaacs. Iowa basketball.
A good posting up. Again, Iowa, if you have a fast break, try to push it a couple of times. You haven't done it in a while. That's something that works for them.
Clark will throw it in along the baseline. Looks inside. Now gets it in the corner to Martin. Now back out to Marshall. Now back to Martin. And flips it back to Marshall. Now Martin. She'll fire a three-pointer. Rimming no. And the rebound taken down by Diamond Battles. Hawks by 2 with 8:12 left to go in the fourth quarter. Georgia basketball. Battles trying to run something for her. Marshall tapped the ball intended for Nicholson. Nicholson gathered it and gets it back to Lewis. Lewis with 9 to shoot gets it to Battles on the right wing. Now Smith comes out to set a screen. Three-pointer. Battles. Wild shot. And the ball batted into the hands of Clark by Monica Sonano. Here's Clark. Drives the paint. Is held on her way to the basket. And that's going to be, I believe, on Lewis. That's her third. And Clark will be at the free throw line for a rare free throw opportunity for the Hawkeyes.
Iowa has not been there this half. This is their first time in the second half, and it's just they're 2 for 5 so far from the line.
Clark at the line. The first one is good. Caitlin with 15. Clark eyes the rim. Second one perfect. Hawks by 4. Lewis across the timeline. Now to Battles on the right wing. Abby Marshall on her. Lewis now left wing. Fires a three-pointer. No good. The ball goes up over the top of the window and out of bounds. Lewis missed it from the left wing. Iowa basketball. Now with a 4-point lead.
Right.
Can you get it to 6 or 7? 7:22 left to go.
I feel like Abby Marshall's ready to shoot another 3. We haven't seen her in a couple of minutes.
Here's Clark. Gets into the paint. Drops it off for McKenna. Warnock. Left-handed layup. Good.
The drive. That is the drive that Iowa has been missing. Well executed. Nicely done.
And that's that open area of the court right at the free throw line against that extended 1-2-2 matchup zone. Here's Warren, and she traveled. She was still outside of the three-point arc and just drug that left foot. Iowa basketball just under 7 to go. 62-56. Martin against Clark. She weaves into the front court. Whips it inside to Sonano. Goes to the left hand off the window. Count it. Timeout, Georgia.
That's the momentum. That's the run. That's the roll. Everyone, that's what Iowa has been working for this whole time.
Hawks go up 64-56 with some brilliant passing. Clark, a one-hand pass to Monica Sonano in the paint. She turned toward the baseline, laid it up with the left hand off the window. Georgia timeout. 6:49 left to go in the fourth. Sweet 16 on the line in Iowa City. Iowa 64, Georgia 56. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
6:49 left to go in the fourth. Iowa 64, Georgia 56 after a 6-0 run by Iowa in the last 52 seconds. Thank you to United Healthcare for teaming up with the Hawkeyes to support and celebrate small businesses in the state of Iowa. United Healthcare is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Nice run, and it's run time, isn't it?
It is. You're waiting for Iowa to go on these runs, and they went on one. You thought maybe in the second quarter that could end up being the game if they could just push it a little further. Couldn't quite do it. And then Georgia went on their own run. And then ever since then, you've been waiting for Iowa to do it again, and finally got a little bit going. This is where Iowa, you have to hope, right? If you're going really hard at them, that you might have a more tired Georgia at this point and things like that. Like, those are things you want to take advantage of.
Keep that defensive intensity really up and keep working those boards. Iowa being out-rebounded 36-24. 12 O boards for Georgia, but Iowa's outscored the Lady Bulldogs 6-2 in the fourth quarter. Georgia basketball after the Katie Abrahamson-Henderson timeout. Lewis with 3 fouls across the timeline. Nicholson comes way out high to get a pass. Now back to Lewis, pushes it to Battles. She'll fire a 3-pointer right side and knock it down. That's her first basket since the second quarter. Martin into the front court, 64-59. Martin is held by the aggressive Lewis.
And that's where Iowa just has to keep leaning in, right? They called the call when Martin was leaning forward, right? If you step into it.
Zosha Smith comes in for Lewis, will sit down with 4 fouls, and she's been a very good defensive player for Georgia. Hawks by 5 with the basketball. Here's Clark down the right side, goes in, shot strong, no good, and then lost out of bounds by Georgia. As Sonano went after the rebound, touched last by Warren. And that's where Caitlin that time just go straight up. She's looking for that contact and not going to get that call all the time. Clark whips it inside to Sonano, shot, no good underneath.
Such a good pass. It was a nice pass. It was kind of positioned well. I mean, Monica had the ball, just didn't get the finish.
Now Georgia along the baseline. There's a short jumper in and out by Smith. But the ball tapped around and dug up again by Diamond Battles. Another opportunity for the Lady Bulldogs. Iowa by 5. Georgia with Battles on the right wing, looks for a screen, gets it, pulls up from 15. That's an air ball, but then Smith gets it underneath, saves it from going out of bounds, but into the hands of Kate Martin. Clark will cross the timeline in no hurry as we approach 5 minutes left to go in the game. Here's Warnock in between the circles. Now to Clark, same area, inside, Sedano left alone, this time finishes with the left hand.
And that's ball reversals right there. That broke down their defense so much that nobody was even guarding Sedano.
66-59, we're under 5. Hawks with the lead, Georgia with the basketball. Three-pointer, right wing, off the mark, missed by Warren. Weak side board, Warnock. Boy, one more basket here, and you start to feel pretty good. Not over, but you feel pretty good. In the corner, McKenna Warnock gets it to Kate Martin, reverses it, Gabby Marshall, 3, right wing. That's an air ball, but saved by Warnock, but into the hands of Audrey Warren. Warren across the timeline, gets it to Battles on the left wing for Georgia. 66-59 Iowa. Battles, top of the key, she'll fire a two-pointer, and it's good, a long 2. Iowa 66, Georgia 61. Clark across the timeline to Marshall. Warnock on the right wing holds the ball. Now high post area, Warnock goes to that left side pass, and it's intercepted by Warren. And then a backcourt foul by Gabby Marshall. Georgia just baits you into that.
They do. You think no one's there because you don't see anyone where you traditionally would see them, which is going to be
from the
low
top side
yeah.
down.
You're thinking low side is where you're looking, and so that's the second time you've seen that interception.
And the Hawkeyes just not wanting to hit that 12 to 15 foot jump shot. That is, you know, I understand it's a thing of the past in basketball, but it's wide open. Well, we've got timeout on the court with 3:50 left to go in the fourth quarter. Hawks still on top, 66-61. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
Hawkeyes on top, 66-61. Just cannot get much distance between Georgia and Jamie. We talk about no bench points, and it's not a huge surprise. Hannah Stolke has not played.
Stolke's like the sixth player off the bench for a reason,
and
right?
had 13 points and 5 boards on Friday. And it looks to be kind of moving around a little slow. And then Molly Davis, who injured an ankle in the first quarter, played briefly.
I don't think you're going to see any other players come in right now. I think that these players
unless somebody'd foul out.
Right. These players will be out there for the next 3 minutes and 50 seconds because they're the ones that are able to score right now, and they understand the defense the best. They are the best people to be out there right now.
Pretty balanced scoring for the Hawkeyes. 4 players in double figures. Sedano with 18, Clark with 16. Marshall with 15 and Warnock with 14.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Battles is the main person they're looking for, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do something where they throw something at Battles this first possession out just to try to disrupt.
Yeah, Battles has 21.
Right.
Had 16 at the half. Did not score in the third quarter. So Georgia will have the ball in the backcourt with 3:50 left to go. Iowa 66, Georgia 61.
It doesn't look like they're going to throw anything different at Battles.
And Lewis back in there with 4 fouls on the point. Gets it to Smith on the right wing. Now back to Lewis. They go inside. Smith turnaround jumper is good from the right wing. That's Brittany Smith with 12. And it's a one-possession game, 66-63 Iowa. Here's Clark in between the circles. Feeds right side, Marshall. Now Warnock in that same area. And McKenna drives baseline. Now gets it back out to Clark. Now inside, Kate Martin drops it in for Sonano. She goes up strong, and a foul will be called against Georgia.
But I like that pass from Kate Martin. It was well placed. Yes, it was a close pass, but with the length of Georgia, with where she was located, I think, yeah, that's the best option because she's definitely going to get blocked had she put it up.
Yep, that was a good look. And a nice soft bounce pass to Monica
Yeah,
Sonano.
not a hard one. Like, that's the type, as a post, that's the type of bounce passes you want ideally.
And Sonano gets this one to go. Hit on the front of the rim. Monica with 19.
Do a foul check in. Lewis for Georgia is the only player with 4 fouls right now.
Sonano rolls in the second. She has 20. Hawks 68. Lady Bulldogs 63. 3:10 left to go. Hawks playing defense. Here's Lewis on the right wing. The ball batted up in the air, but then dug up by Georgia. Now Battles. Flips a pass to Lewis. Reverses the ball to Smith. Looks like she traveled, but gets into the paint. Then taken away by Sonano, who gets it ahead to Clark. Almost picked off by Georgia. And Clark races into the front court and will set things up. We're under 3 minutes. Here's Clark. Free throw line. Warnock for 3. Right wing. No good. And Sonano goes after the rebound and is called for a foul.
But great job by Sonano. I don't really think it was a foul because it was more being tapped at that point. But good job getting in there, going after that rebound. Pretty weak foul.
That was. Yeah, Isaacs has kind of lost the ball.
A lot of boos. It's kind of frustrating.
And they're Iowa, of course, Hawkeye fans, but that didn't look like much.
No.
But we play on. 68-63, Iowa. Georgia with the basketball. 2:25 left to go. Inside, Nicholson gets it back out to Lewis. Top of the key, now in the corner. Jumper is up and good. That's a 3-pointer by Warren, her first basket of the game.
I know. First basket, first made 3 for the game.
Hawks by 2 as we approach 2 minutes. Here's Marshall. Now to Kate Martin on the right wing. Inside Sonano. She goes up and can't finish on the right block. Rebound down to Battles of Georgia. 1:50 left to go. Hawks by 2. Lewis with the basketball. And it's knocked out of bounds by Gabby Marshall off of Lewis. Huge defensive play. Unbelievable job there by Gabby Marshall.
Gosh, Gabby just like everywhere. She is a threat.
And the Hawkeyes want timeout. 30-second timeout taken by the Hawkeyes with 1:44 left to go. Iowa by 2.
Well, Rob, you didn't think it would be a blowout. But I mean, this isn't that surprising because Georgia is a good defensive team, and that's the thing they tout, right? They do tout that. But Iowa is a seasoned team, and these are games they've seen throughout the year. And so being up 2 with 1:44, this is something they've seen before a bunch of times. And so they know what they need to do right now and how they have the lead. You play that a little differently when you have the lead right here. You would assume Georgia might come out. They have pretty good defense. They might not foul. But they're not very effective on the offensive end, so maybe they do foul.
But that was a huge bucket made there by Audrey Warren.
Not going to foul.
Here's Martin. Whips a pass inside. Warnock goes up strong and rebound down to Sonano. Now Clark gets into the paint, muscles a shot up short, and the rebound taken down by Isaacs. Iowa's had really good looks the last 2 possessions. Hawkeyes up 2. Georgia with the basketball. 1:15 left to go. Here's Battles on the left side. Gets a screen. Drives down the right side, then lost control of the ball. Intercepted by Caitlin Clark. Clark walks it across the timeline. We're under a minute. Iowa by 2. Can they somehow get a bucket here? 14 seconds on the shot clock, 49 on the game clock. Here's Clark. Drives down the lane. Floater off the window.
Yes.
Count it.
Yes. 2-possession game.
Huge basket by Caitlin Clark just when you needed it. Timeout.
What's he blowing the whistle about? I don't know. Either way, Iowa gets the shot. It's not that it's getting called off.
No, something with the clock.
Yeah. So fabulous job. Let's go back to that.
70-66 Iowa.
Great read. Clark's doing a good job, and we've been talking that spot. That location is open. The upper half of the lane is open. And Clark did a good job of stopping there. Rather than going all the way into the traffic and where everything is, she did a good job stopping there, laying it off the glass from about 5 feet away. But really great finish. Smart decision.
So timeout on the court, and Caitlin Clark, who's not had many open looks.
They maybe took 5 more seconds off the clock. I don't really know.
Well, right now it says 43.6. And this is now a full timeout. So 43.6 on the game clock. Of course, yep. Georgia will have a full 30 on the shot clock. Iowa by 4.
And Maryland will advance, or Georgia will advance the ball on this. And they'll get it on their half. Again, they're not the most effective, but they have a few players who are effective right now. And so you have to think that those are their main battles. Is number 1. She's the most effective shooter for them. But Smith has been decent. Isaacs can hit threes, right? Those are things that Iowa needs to recognize. Isaacs hit 2 for 4 today, I think. No, Lewis is 2 for 5 today. That's the one who hit the 2 transition threes. So can hit threes. Probably their best 3-point shooter.
Yeah, 36%.
Is Lewis. Yeah. So watching Lewis getting out on her, Iowa should be able to know how to play this pretty well. Warren did hit that last 3. I think you play, but you don't focus on her.
Yeah, she's under 30% on the year.
It's a 2-possession game, so no matter what, it doesn't matter if Georgia takes a 3 or a 2, they're looking at the clock. That's going to be their focus. So Iowa's job, make them use the clock.
And then, depending on what happens here, how will Georgia play it defensively?
Right. So Iowa just wants to make sure, push them to use the clock as much as possible. No easy shots, and definitely no fouling on a shot.
They get it into Lewis. She drives the left side. Thought about a 3. Now Smith top of the key. And the ball tapped in the air and intercepted by Sonano. Great job defensively by Kate Clark.
Kate the Great with some big touches right there. They're going to foul Clark here.
Clark in the front court, and then she drives down to the baseline and calls timeout with 25 seconds left to go.
Smart.
Iowa by 4.
Really smart, though. Clark right there saw there was no way out.
Use the clock.
Yep, and she got down as far as she could. There was no way of why try to dribble out. Take a timeout before you can get tied up at all.
I was going to say, Georgia has been a little shaky with the ball here in the last 4 minutes. You could tell they were shaky,
and Iowa's pressure was amazing. I think Iowa's pressure on the 3-point arc was a good job. They pushed them all out, so all of them were about a foot behind the line. None of them are long shooters. Well, actually, Battles can shoot long. But Iowa did a good job of not letting them toe up to the 3-point line or anything like that. Like, those are major defensive clues right there that they're not going to be able to take a 3. And then the bigger thing is that Martin had her hands up. She was deflecting any type of pass that's going to be able to go in. Got that touch. Continuation of Sonano grabbing onto it. Now Iowa just needs to inbound it. They have a timeout if they need it. They actually have 2 timeouts still, but normally pretty good at inbounding.
And that was a really good job by Kate Martin on the perimeter to tap that ball in the air as Georgia tried to get it inside, then intercepted by Sonano. Here we go. Clark on the baseline, and it's intercepted by Battles. She tried to get it to Marshall. Battles gets in the paint. Shot is up. No good.
Defense.
Rebound, McKenna Warnock.
Holy cow, Gabby Marshall. Did you talk about working hard?
Warnock in the backcourt tries to call a timeout and then is knocked down by Brittany Smith. Boy, the Hawkeyes got away with one there because of the hustle of Gabby Marshall.
Gabby Marshall did not give up on the play. Oh my gosh, every person in the world needs to review that.
And the Hawks will get that timeout.
Gabby Marshall did not let the turnover deter her. She got there, and all she did was sprinted to the spot that Battles wanted to go to and disrupted her shot. I mean, that's something I want to rewatch, that defensive ability by Marshall right there. That.
And really, how about the last 2 defensive efforts by Iowa?
I mean, just, that's big stuff right there.
So the Hawks will call timeout, will advance the ball with 13.3 left to go, still on top by 4, 70-66.
So they're going to come out and foul. That's Georgia's only thing they can do here. They'll go for a steal, but then they'll foul.
Right, the Hawks got to get the ball in. That's the key thing. Now Kate Martin will throw it in along the sideline, and the Hawks will stack at the top of the key. 70-66, 13.3 left to go. Martin has the ball. Gets it to McKenna Warnock. Now back to Kate Martin, and she dribbles around and almost lost it. And then it's knocked away, but gathered by Martin. Now to Marshall, and she's fouled along the baseline. Hard foul as she tried to get a bounce pass inside. Really surprised Georgia didn't try to foul earlier.
Right.
Because now there's only 3.8 seconds left. Hawks by 4. Gabby took a little shot in the face. I think she's okay.
Get them out of here right now. That's what Coach Bluter is running out on the court, because Isaacs is trying to start a fight right now with.
And now Jan Jensen is getting an explanation.
But I'm going to say, by the way, which we know Clark is fueled. She was frustrated because Marshall got hit in the face, which is not cool. So she said a little bit, right? She chirped a little. She didn't say much. And then, but here's the thing that I love about the team, though. The team then, like, immediately was like, all right, let's get Clark, move her, protect her. And then, you know, they went into a full, like, we're fine. And those are things that I really like about Iowa as a team, though. Their ability to know, like, Clark's not the best at this situation. Let's pull her away from it and then make sure that everyone's good. What this means, though, Gabby Marshall got fouled. Georgia is at 5 fouls. Gabby Marshall should shoot.
Well, she's getting some medical attention at the end of the bench right now, and Molly Davis has checked into the game.
Okay, so she might have lost a tooth or something like that. Who knows? It's something with her mouth, for sure.
And the officials are taking a look at the foul.
And they are calling it intentional.
Yes, it is. So now, Clark can go to the line, and then the Hawkeyes will get the basketball.
And it's 3.8 seconds. The game is Iowa's.
Iowa by 4.
I mean, it is literally Iowa's. They just have to be smarter than Georgia right now. Georgia's lost it. So Iowa just has to know, like, they've lost it. They're mentally not there.
So Clark at the free throw line with 3.8 left to go. On top by 4, and now 5. Second one by Caitlin. Perfect. That gets Clark to 20. And Iowa on top 72-66. And just have to get the ball inbounds. And this should be over.
Oh. This has been a game.
So Martin will throw it in at the timeline, and Lewis and Clark kind of going back and forth.
They are. And Warnock is trying to check in. You can see like everyone is like, this is very team focused. They're like, all right, do I need to help? Is she okay?
Martin gets it into Clark. Caitlin drives along the baseline, and she's pushed twice by Nicholson. And that's going to be another intentional foul.
What are we doing here?
And Georgia obviously frustrated. Well, Georgia got into a big fight earlier this season.
Oh, man.
In the Paradise Jam tournament.
Well, that's frustrating because Clark was just trying to dribble out the rest of the game. She wasn't going for a layup.
Yeah, no reason to foul.
That's frustrating.
Iowa on top, 72-66. 1.6 left to go. Clark at the line. Free throw, count it. Second one, perfect. And asking for the crowd to get into it, and they have.
Clark's not going to let it go. So Iowa just needs to rebound. Throw it in and hold on to it. Do not dribble at this point. Just hold on to it. Get the ball in, preferably not to Clark.
So delay a game warning will be called on Lewis of Georgia.
She crossed over the line.
72-66, 1.6 left to go.
So there's a plane there. There's an imaginary plane you can't cross.
Clark gets it. Passes to Davis. Time to be sleepless in Seattle. The Hawks will head west for the Sweet 16.
I might be sleepless tonight.
72-66. Iowa over Georgia in a terrific basketball game.
It was a great basketball
Really
game.
hard fought, both sides.
Iowa, I think they should be really proud of themselves. Georgia's tough. They are tough. I'm shocked they're a 10 seed, to be quite honest. They took number one to the 10-point game.
10-point game against South Carolina.
Right? So those are things that Iowa needs to hold on to, too. They know how to do this. And I'm going to get ready to go talk to Coach Bluter.
So Lisa Bluter at midcourt, as the Hawks always are, fists in the air. You know, a lot of pressure on this team. They're trying to get back to the Sweet 16 and beyond. And certainly answered the bell this afternoon. 72-66, Iowa over Georgia. On to Seattle and the Sweet 16. What a terrific crowd. McKenna Warnock hugging all her teammates. Certainly for Monica Sonato and McKenna Warnock, more basketball, but their last game here at Carver Hawkeye Arena, and they will certainly remember this one. Caitlin Clark with 22. Monica Sonato with 20. Gabby Marshall with 15. And McKenna Warnock with 14 points. As Iowa did outscore Georgia in the fourth, 16-12, and led in this game for 32 minutes and 17 seconds. So the Hawks will head to the locker room with a second round NCAA tournament victory over Georgia. Monica Sonato for the final time waves to the crowd and will head to the locker room as Iowa goes back to the Sweet 16. Let's pause. 10 seconds for station identification before we start our post-game show. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield. And Coach Bluter now addressing the crowd. 2 sellouts over the weekend. The first round and here in the second round, and the crowd had a lot to do with it, urging on the Hawkeyes. 4 tough quarters of NCAA tournament basketball today. Iowa wins it and will advance to the Sweet 16 in Seattle. Iowa 72, Georgia 66. The postgame show begins after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Your husband is pretty handy to have around. He makes the world's best mac and cheese.
Lunch is ready.
He's in the Tickle Monster Hall of Fame. And he can teach anyone how to throw strikes. But a busted pipe and a basement full of water?
Honey, I think we need a plumber.
Is a little out of his league. That's where a homeowner's policy from Shelter Insurance comes in handy. We'll help get your house back in order and your husband back to what he does best.
Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
For the 9th time, Iowa heads to the Sweet 16. Of course, did it in 2021, also 2019. That was the Elite 8 run, and then in 2015 as well. 72-66, Iowa over Georgia. And for the Hawkeyes, really had to rely on the starters in this ball game with a limited Molly Davis, and Hannah Stolke did not play at all. Hopefully she'll be okay for the Sweet 16 contest that will feature either Duke or Colorado. That game later on tonight. Take a look at the final numbers. Caitlin Clark led the way for the Hawkeyes with 22 points, had a double-double with 12 assists and 3 rebounds. Clark was 6 of 17 from the floor, 4 of 10 from three-point range, and 6 of 7 from the free throw line, but made that crucial bank shot from the paint coming down the stretch. Monica Sonano, 9 out of 16 for 20 points, made 2 out of 4 free throws, had 9 rebounds, so she almost had a double-double, just one shy in the rebounding category. For Gabby Marshall, what a hot first 2 quarters she had. 4 out of 4 from three-point range. Ended up 5 of 9 from the floor, 5 of 8 from 3, and 15 total points. But the defensive effort was just tremendous by Gabby Marshall, who gets credited with 2 steals, but it was much more than that for sure. McKenna Warnock, Had 14 points on 5 of 11 from the floor. Also had 8 rebounds. Really worked hard on the boards against a very good rebounding team. Warnock ended up with 14 and 8. Kate Martin had a 3. Also had 2 rebounds and 5 assists. Hawkeye game totals: 26 of 58 from the floor, 44.8%. 12 of 28 from 3, 42.9%, and 10 of 13 from the free throw line, 76.9%. For Georgia, had 3 players in double figures. Diamond Battles led the way with 21, but she had 16 in the first 2 quarters, and really was the bulk of Georgia's offense in the first 20 minutes. She was 7 of 15 from the floor, 3 of 7 from 3, 4 out of 4 from the line, 21 and 6 boards for Diamond Battles. Brittany Smith had 12 points and 3 rebounds for Georgia. And Nicholson off the bench played 22 minutes and 16 seconds, had 12 points and 8 rebounds. Jordan Isaacs had 6 points but 10 rebounds, 3 boards. Nicholson also had mentioned 8 rebounds for Georgia. Chloe Chapman started the game but only played 3 minutes and 48 seconds and did not score. Audrey Warren hit a 3-pointer in 4 attempts from the floor. Alicia Lewis came off the bench to play 32 minutes and 45 seconds, had 8 points, 10 assists, and just 1 turnover. She was very, very good, and did battle some foul trouble as well, and was a terrific defensive player for Georgia as well. Zosha Smith was 2 for 7 for 4 points, and Mallory Bates played and did not score. Game totals for Georgia: 25 of 60, 41.7%. 6 of 16 from 3, 37.5%. That's a better percentage than they normally shoot, under 30% for the season. Went to the free throw line 12 times and made 10. Georgia did out-rebound the Hawkeyes, 42-29. 13 boards for the Lady Bulldogs, 6 for the Hawkeyes. Score by quarters: Iowa led 19-17 after 1. Georgia did outscore the Hawks in the second, 23-22. Iowa came back in the third, 17-14, and 16-12 in the fourth. Hawks win it 74-66. 74-66. Hawkeyes defeat Georgia to head to the Sweet 16 to take on either Duke or Colorado. Hawks did lead for 32 minutes and 17 seconds. Georgia for 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Biggest scoring run for Georgia was 9. That was at the 3:06 mark of the second quarter. They only led by 4 points. That was their big lead. And that was with 8 minutes and 29 seconds left to go in the first, so early on in the contest. Hawkeyes did lead by 10 at the 7:30 mark of the second quarter and had a 7-0 run midway through the first quarter at the 5:03 mark. Hawks did turn the ball over 17 times, 7 in the third and fourth quarters versus 10 in the first 2 quarters, but Georgia turned it over 21 times. Points in the paint: Georgia 22, Iowa 26. Georgia had 10 second chance points, Iowa 2. Fast break points 9-8 Georgia. 24 points off the bench for Georgia. Iowa did not get a point off the bench, as it was a little thinner than normal with no Hannah Stolke and limited minutes for Molly Davis, relying on that veteran 5 for the Hawkeyes. That's a look at the stats. We'll have more postgame from Carver Hawkeye Arena. Iowa 74, Georgia 66. Iowa on to the Sweet 16. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hawks head west to Seattle. It's Sweet 16 time next weekend after taking care of Georgia this afternoon, 74-66. Assistant coach Raina Harmon joins me on the post-game show, and a little deep breath after that one. Doesn't hurt, huh?
Oh, man, I came flying in hot here. And as soon as I sat down, I just took a deep breath because I think I was holding it for maybe the last 2 hours. But, I mean, how about these Hawks?
Yeah, a lot of passion on both sides. You knew it was going to be a hard-fought battle, and it certainly was. Georgia not easy to play against.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're going to go up against an SEC team, you kind of know what to expect. They want to hold it to a low-scoring game. They're going to be physical. They're going to attack the offensive glass. And they did all those things, and we held our composure.
Yeah, how big was it down the stretch, Rena, to have the experience that you had out there, and of course a huge shot by Caitlin off the rim there inside the paint?
Yeah, I mean, experience, you can't teach it, right? And it's fortunate that we played a similar style with Coach Abe when she was at UCF last year and a couple of those players. So we, our returners knew what to expect. But of course, when you talk about the SEC, they are a little bit bigger in that. And so I thought they came out physical, but like I said, we just stayed the course. I thought we got off to a great start, just getting everybody involved, knocking down threes early. And whenever we do that, it's going to be a good game. Down the stretch, again, just being able to hit those free throws and getting some big key defensive stops.
And Gabby Marshall, just terrific both ends of the floor.
You know what? Gabby had that look in her eye. I mean, they all did, right? But Gabby had that look in her eye because she knew that she was going to have a tough defensive assignment. And I mean, that kid wanted to play 40 minutes, and had she not, she came out for a little bit, but had she not got knocked out of the game there at the end, she would have been in for the remainder.
And obviously a little bit shorthanded today, too. So those starters really had to log a lot of minutes, but might have anyway.
They did. You know what? And it's like we will get some rest, coming up for this week. And, we still wait our fate to see who we're going to play. So they did log a lot of minutes. But, again, with those minutes come a lot of experience as well.
Against that zone, Raina, that Georgia employs, that 1-2-2 matchup, different areas of the court going to be open than you normally would see?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even more so with us, they kind of spread the floor out a little bit more just because they know how deadly we are for the three. And so what you see was we were allowed to get a lot of touches there in the paint, which is typically not shots that, any guard outside of Caitlin looks to shoot. And I mean, once we got the ball in the paint, they would come back tap. And I thought we were just a little bit impatient trying to find who we were going to hit. And that's where most of our turnovers came from. But you live and you learn.
Yeah, because that was a kind of an area where, you got that 15 to 13-foot jump shot any time you want it.
You know the Hawks, they'd rather step back 4 more feet and get the three.
Absolutely. And I thought, too, you defensively just really had to grind out those long possessions and got some shot clock violations and made Georgia shoot and on occasion make some really tough 2-point shots.
Yeah, and that's a testament to our team and just how focused they've been for the last 48 hours. I mean, we just found out who we were going to play, watching that first game, and to be able to have the personnel scout down is really, really tough, especially when we didn't see them, all year. So to be able to know who you can sag off of and what shooters you got to get out on and who you can go under on the ball screen, but I thought we played it to perfection.
Yeah, no question about that. How was it in the locker room when you went back?
Oh, happy Hawks.
Okay, good.
Happy Hawks. But this
isn't the goal, right?
A lot of fans were like, are we cutting down nets? No. We'll do that later, right? I mean, This is a process of one of our goals, and if we're going to get to where we want to get, then we're supposed to do this, right? And we were supposed to win the Big Ten tournament. We were supposed to win this and go to the Sweet 16. And so, we're keeping our eyes set forward. We got goals that we still want to accomplish, and we're going to get there.
Well, I know you'll probably be working tonight, but have a little fun, will you?
Thank you. I will. I appreciate that.
Raina, appreciate it today and all season long for joining me.
Go Hawks.
Raina Harmon on the post-game show talking about the Hawkeye victory today at 74-66. And she mentioned a really hard-fought basketball game, and that was going to be kind of what you're going to get with any SEC opponent. And certainly Iowa got that today, but answered the bell every step of the way and ended up winning 74-66, putting 4 players in double figures. Caitlin Clark leading the way with 22. Monica Sonano with 20, just missing out on a double-double. Did have 9 rebounds. Clark did have a double-double with 22 points and 12 assists. Just 3 turnovers, so she did a terrific job there. We'll have more interviews, more post-game from a happy Carver Hawkeye Arena. Iowa 74 and Georgia 66 on to the Sweet 16. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Visit shelterinsurance.com to find an agent to help you pick a policy that's right for you. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hawks move on in the NCAA tournament to the Sweet 16 to play either Duke or Colorado from Seattle after defeating Georgia today 74-66. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. The Homewood Suites and the Home 2 Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Also, Molly's Cupcakes, proudly serving their cookies and treats inside Kinnick Stadium and also right here at Carver Hawkeye Arena. For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by their downtown Iowa City location for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes, a proud supporter of the Hawkeyes. Jamie, right after the game, caught up with head coach Lisa Bluter right after she addressed the crowd and thanked them on a terrific weekend here inside the arena.
And now I am here with Coach Bluter. Coach Bluter.
Yes. We're going to the Sweet 16, dang it. I love it. I love it. This is a hard-fought game here. Georgia's a great team, and they're very physical, and it was tough. They forced us into a lot of turnovers. But our kids' maturity out there, that we're just such a close group. We handled all of it. We didn't get mad at each other when we were turning the ball over. I'm just so proud of this group.
You never really had a huge lead today. You went on some runs, but it was neck and neck the entire time. What did it mean to be able to see people step up like Gabby Marshall huge today? And
Canada hit some big ones for us.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really balanced scoring today, and that's what it's going to take because everybody knows that, what to do against us, and so everybody else stepping up like they did today is so good.
What do you do with your team now? Do you just get to celebrate for a while? Like, what does this look like? I don't even know.
Well, we'll be leaving Wednesday for Seattle, so we're really going to take a day off tomorrow. They go back to school, so we're going to take that day and let them have that time and then start getting ready for either Duke or Colorado. They play tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, so you guys can watch and see who our next opponent will be next Friday.
Well, you are an amazing coach. We're very proud of you. Lucky to have you. And these fans, they're going to be hearing this in just a second. I know you just told them thank you, but can it get any louder in here, do you think?
It was absolutely marvelous, so I'm just so happy for him. So.
All right, well, we're happy for you, Coach, and thank you. Go celebrate.
Thank you, bud.
Jamie, thank you very much. And ecstatic, as she should be, Lisa Bluter. These are not easy games, especially when you're a number 2 seed and the expectation is kind of right there in front of you, but you play an outstanding opponent like Georgia, and it's going to be a hard-fought victory, but the Hawks fought hard and won this one in the fourth quarter, 74-66. The Hawks now at 28-6. Lisa Bluter gets her 491st victory at the University of Iowa, as Georgia ends their season at 22-12, getting to the second round of the NCAA tournament. Now let's head back to the Iowa locker room. Jamie's got some players for us.
Kate, you're going to the Sweet 16, girl.
Yep. Oh my gosh, it's exciting.
How are you feeling right now? How were you feeling before today's game? How are you feeling now?
Yeah, we were feeling super prepared, super locked in, super ready to win. Coach Bluter keeps calling it our destiny, and I really believe that, and I believe that's true. And obviously, you still have to put the work in, but I think we were meant to be in this moment. We were meant to win this game, and I mean, we battled for it. And so to come out on top and to do that for the seniors, their last home game on Carver, and just get a win on this court, just in front of that crowd, it was unreal.
When you got that tip, you know what tip I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Were you just like, oh my God, please,
get the ball. I was like, I touched it, I was like, tap! Turned around, and I was
Could
just
you feel
hoping.
it? Was that like the moment where you're like, okay, I think we got this?
Yeah, that's definitely the moment where I thought, okay, I think we just secured it. I think we're gonna win this.
And the last few seconds were pretty rough. How about your team's ability, though, to still stay composed during that time and not buy into that and be able to finish the game out strong?
Yeah, I think any shenanigans like that, you just want to stay together. You don't want to buy into that. We just want to show who we are, and I think we're a pretty classy team, and we like to do it.
That's what people say. Actually, they're like, Kate Martin is really classy.
I mean, I would say that's probably the first thing that comes to people's minds when they hear my name. So, but I would say we like to do things the right way, and so just whenever you have a team battling against each other, getting mad, you know, that's when you know you win, you've won, and then when you stay together, it makes them even more mad. So it's kind of it's like a win-win. Like we're staying together, we're making our circle stronger, and then we're just weakening theirs too.
And those fans, were they loud or am I crazy?
I couldn't even hear myself think. I was like, I love that they were so loud. I could not even call out screams or anything, but it was phenomenal. That's the loudest I've ever heard it, truly. It was unreal.
All right. Well, Kate, I will be seeing you in a few days probably, and it's going to be great.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
Go Hawks.
Go Hawks.
That's all I got to say.
Okay, Monica. Oh, it's Sweet 16.
I know. It's so special. It's super exciting. We really did feel like it was kind of taken from us last year, and so I'm really excited to kind of have this opportunity. This team deserves it so much. So kind of bittersweet last game in Carver, but I'm excited for the future.
So all of the feelings you're feeling right now, what's number one? What's number two? What's number three?
Yeah, I mean, I think number one is just appreciation for this whole program, everything it's given to me so far. But it's not done yet. I think number one is appreciation. Number two is like, let's go. Like, let's get this thing done. So, yeah, those are the top two in my head right now.
That's okay. Your ability to score going up against every type of post, the thicker post, the taller post, the leaner post, and you figured out how to score against them. How does that make you feel going into whoever you end up playing in this next game?
Yeah, I feel really good about it. I mean, the coaches schedule such great teams for us to play in with such a wide variety of posts, like you said. So it makes me feel confident that I've seen most post style of play. We've developed strategies to kind of counteract it. So it just makes me excited.
All right, and how was it getting that ball when Kate Martin tipped that ball at the end?
That felt so good. It was just like a big, deep breath right there. It felt phenomenal.
All right, and those fans today?
Oh my gosh, they always shout so much. We're so spoiled. I tell everybody with our fans and the way people support women's basketball here in Iowa.
All right, well, thanks, Monica, and thank you for all your years on Carver Hawkeye. Can't wait for the next few days.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And now I'm here with Caitlin Clark. You look pretty happy right now.
I am. You know, anytime you win in the postseason, it doesn't matter, you know, how it comes. You know, you're happy just to escape the day with a W. And I thought there was a lot of things we could have certainly cleaned up to make it a little bit easier for ourselves. But we were just trying to entertain the crowd and, you know, give them something to cheer about and sweat about at the same time.
You do a lot on the team. I was a big one you have, though, is you bring a lot of different energy, right? And you are a fighter, and that's something I think you bring to the team. So how does that help when you're going up against a team who is really aggressive and they are getting out on you on defense? Like, how does that help you to fuel your team, you think?
Yeah, I think, you know, my teammates know I'm never going to back down from a challenge, no matter.
Just a little bit of intermittence here with Caitlin Clark, but try to get it to you.
You do a lot on the team. I would say a big one you have, though, is you bring a lot of different energy, right? And you are a fighter, and that's something I think you bring to the team. So how does that help when you're going up against a team who is really aggressive and they are getting out on you on defense? Like, how does that help you to fuel your team, you think?
Yeah, I think, you know, my teammates know I'm never going to back down from a challenge, no matter who it is. And my teammates certainly have my back to it in that way. Like, they know teams are coming at me full force. You know, they're going to be physical. They're going to try to talk to me, things like that. And you know, I thought our team really stayed together. That was the difference for us today, is our mental toughness and, you know, nobody.
But the post-game comments from Caitlin Clark and that mental toughness coming down the stretch was very, very important and crucial. And you kind of go back to that little runner that she had in the paint off the window, and that is when you really felt, okay, Iowa could pull this one out. And then, of course, Kate Martin and Monica talked about that tip ball on the defensive end when Kate knocked it in the air and right into the hands of Monica Sonano as Georgia had the ball on the right wing trying to get it down on the right block. And those types of defensive efforts were huge. Then you go back to that Gabby Marshall tip out close to the Georgia bench.
Right.
And that saved Iowa too, because don't know what was going to happen on that possession for Georgia, but then Iowa got the basketball coming down the stretch. So you think about the offense, it was enough, but boy, Iowa really had to play very good defense and did.
Yes, and I didn't get a chance to talk to Gabby. There was a lot of people talking to Gabby, not a surprise. And so I was talking to the players, and I did catch up with her right before I came in. I should have tried to throw it on, but I had to tell her how amazing her ability to just turn on the defense on that turnover that was right in front of us. Clark was inbounding it, I believe, and turned it over right into, whose hands was it? Right into Battle's hands. Battles went running down, and Marshall, instead of being frustrated that there was a turnover, she just sprinted after it and made a defensive play out of it, and no basket. No foul was needed. She just did all those things, and I said that to her, and she goes, thanks. That's how my brain worked. I just said to go. And I was like, I love it. I love that this is how your brain worked. Your brain was like, play's not over. And she sprints down there. And then she just goes, and she thought I fouled her, and I didn't. And I was like,
no, you didn't.
I believe you.
No, we all believe you, no doubt about that.
Just love it. She goes, she thought I fouled her. I didn't.
74-66. And as Coach Harmon said, no huge celebration tonight. They're going to certainly enjoy it, but this team is on a mission for much bigger than just winning a couple of games in the NCAA tournament, though that's tough to do, and certainly do have to take a little time to enjoy this one. And then, as Coach Bluter said, Duke and Colorado play tomorrow night, so we can tune into that and see who the Hawks will play on Friday from Seattle. We'll be back. Listen in on some of tonight's top plays and wrap things up from Carver Hawkeye Arena in another electric weekend here in the first and second rounds of the NCAA tournament. Iowa 74, Georgia 66. Victory number 28 for the Hawkeyes on the year. This is Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
All love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Hawks back in the Sweet 16 for the first time since 2021. Also went in 2019, got all the way to the Elite Eight before losing to eventual national champions, the Baylor Bears. Also went in 2015. This is the 9th trip to the Sweet 16 for Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. Well, hard fought today, 74-66. Let's enjoy some of tonight's top plays. Sedano the rebound on the right block. Gets it to Clark across the timeline. Caitlin, a logo three.
Oh, Lee Cow.
Now to Smith. Has it tapped away from behind. That's the second steal by Clark. She gets the ball back from Martin. Whips it inside. Sinano goes up, finishes, and is fouled. What a pass by Clark. 22-19, just underway, second quarter. Warnock, right wing, Gabby Marshall. To Martin. To McKenna Warnock for three, and she splashes it home.
She's a war knocking them down.
Martin had the ball tipped, got it back. Now right side, three-pointer, count it for Gabby Marshall. Monica Sinano. Hawks by 7. Warnock, 3, left wing, got it.
We're knocking them down again.
At the free throw line, Martin almost lost it, now gets it back to Clark for 3, count it from the right wing. Warren has it knocked away from behind as she tried to make a move. Into the hands of Clark across the timeline. Into the corner, Gabby Marshall for 3, got it. Now to Clark, same area, inside, Sinano left alone, this time finishes with the left hand. 14 seconds on the shot clock, 49 on the game clock. Here's Clark, drives down the lane, floater off the window, count it.
Yes, 2-possession game.
Huge basket by Caitlin Clark just when you needed it. And that's possession, Jamie, when you really felt like Clark or somebody had to score, as we talked about, getting to that 4-point lead, making it a 2-possession game. Then you felt like, okay, knock down your free throws, you're in good shape. But before that, it was back and forth, and Georgia had a chance to tie, to take the lead. But we talked about the stops. Iowa got the stops and then got the big bucket they needed.
Yeah, and I think when I was talking to Clark, I think it really stood by when she was saying, no, we never let them break into our circle. And that was, I think, apparent. A team, a younger team, a team from last year would have been a team that might have crumbled to this team. But they were able to withstand the runs, the aggressive defense, and things like that. Just a little bit better than they were the previous years.
And had to do it with out the sixth player of the year, and Hannah Stolke. Hopefully she'll be back for the Sweet 16 game. Then Molly Davis with a injured, appeared to be an ankle in the first quarter. So had to rely on the starting 5, and they came through just fine.
They did. They did great.
Well, get ready, go get packed, and we'll head west midweek. Huh?
I guess so. I guess I've never been to Seattle, but I guess that'll be short coming to me.
Yeah, that'll change. That'll change. I hear it rains a lot out there. But
I thought it was sunny. I said.
No, I don't
sunny
think so.
Seattle, as they say.
Okay, well, let's hope so. We'll certainly hope so, and head out there midweek, and look forward to bringing you action in the Sweet 16 from Seattle on Friday night against either Duke or Colorado. That will be our next game broadcast. Hope you enjoyed today as Iowa able to overcome some runs by Georgia. There was never a lot of separation. Didn't really feel comfortable until the last couple of minutes when you had the feeling Iowa was going to pull this one out, and certainly did in the second round of the NCAA women's basketball tournament. Clark with 22, Sinano with 20. Gabby Marshall with 15, 12 in the first 2 quarters, and McKenna Warnock with 14. And Monica and McKenna will certainly remember their final game inside Carver Hawkeye Arena. But more basketball to play. Final score once again, 74-66 Iowa over Georgia. And we will greet you from Seattle on the Sweet 16 run on Friday night as Iowa will take on either Duke or Colorado. Be a fun game to watch tomorrow night. Thanks to Jamie Cavey-Lang for her outstanding work in the Iowa locker room and throughout the ball game. I'm Rob Brooks. As always, thanks so much for listening, and we'll talk to you on Friday night. Final score, once again, Iowa 74, Georgia 66, on to the Sweet 16. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawkeye Women's Basketball has been brought to you by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Hy-Vee. Score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. United Healthcare.
proud sponsors of Small Business Spotlight. Sign up your small business at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. And by U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.